it works from here. Okay, that's fine. I can stand here. That's no problem. Yeah, this works here. Great. Okay, I don't need to stand on the podium. And, I can just talk here. Well, thank you everyone for coming to my talk. I'm Michael. I'm founder and CEO of Brevis. And, today I'm going to share a bit more about kind of verifiable computing in general, and specifically what we build, what we call the infinite compute layer for Web3, and really for everything. But before I dive into what exactly is Brevis, let me just kind of introduce a bit more about what the problem and challenge we're trying to solve here. So blockchains are often marketed as word computers. However, if you really think about it, they are extremely expensive and slow computers. It cannot run faster than a single server, and it is actually millions of times more expensive than computation services like AWS. So, you may ask, wait, this cannot be right, because in the last decade, we have done so many things to improve the scalability of the blockchain. So, it should be able to calculate and compute just about anything, right? Well, unfortunately, that is not the case. So let me give you a very, very simple example here. So, you guys probably have all used the centralized exchanges. On every centralized exchange, there's this very common feature called VIP trading fee discount. If you traded a lot this month, in the next month, you get a trading fee discount based on your trading volume. This is a great feature because it enables the people to have better retention on these exchanges and boost the revenue for the exchanges themselves. However, if you look at every single decentralized exchange today, none of them has this particular feature. It is not that they don't want to build this, but if you want to build this, I actually cannot stand here. Well, but if you really want to just build this, what you really need to do is that you're going to bankrupt your user in gas fee, because if you want to essentially run a computation on-chain to calculate what is a user's historical trading volume, this kind of data-intensive computation is going to cost you $40,000 in gas fee and 8 hours of computation time, even on the cheapest layer 2 you can find. Okay. So why is that? Well, blockchain has evolved so much. Why are we still kind of having this scalability problem? So such a very simple user experience customization feature cannot be built. Well, it is actually rooted in how consensus works today. So consensus today is built on a very simple form of computation. So let's say we have this 2-node blockchain here. Alice is doing the computation for this multiplication equation, and she is trying to convince Bob that the result of the multiplication equation is such and such. So she does the computation it's herself, and say to Bob, hey, look, Bob, this is the result of the computation. And how can Bob be convinced that the result is correct? Well, today, there's no other way other than just letting Bob run the computation himself again. So in this, can we do next slide? I think, my clicker I lost the control of my clicker again. Well, I can keep talking, but if someone in the AV room, can you do next slide? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, awesome. Oh, well. Okay. All right. So, okay. Yeah. So basically, in the simplest form of computation, the only way to do verification is through recomputation. And this is a really kind of a problematic, because if you're having just a 2-node consensus protocol, then you're repeating the computation 2 times. But let's say we are running a blockchain which is, let's say, Ethereum, which has 800K nodes to a 1 million node. Now, if you have just one simple operation to do a swap on a decentralized exchange, this computation is actually going to be replicated by, next slide. Can we do next slide? 1 million times. Yay. So this is the fundamental reason why blockchain computation are expensive today. That is, you're actually kind of trying to do this computation in a replicated fashion. So, what's the solution? Well, the solution is something called verifiable computing. So in the paradigm of verifiable computing, you have different roles in the entire computation process. You have someone, in this case Alice, a prover, and Bob here become a verifier. Now, instead of just doing the computation itself, which is like the kind of orange bar here. Sorry, next slide. So Bob also actually does something called generating a zero-knowledge proof of the computation itself. So the zero-knowledge proof is something very magical. It allows you, as a prover, to send this proof to any verifier. So the verifier can very easily check this proof without actually running the computation again, whether the computation result is correct or not. And the interesting thing and the fascinating thing about ZK proof is that the cost of running the verification itself is generally much lower than the original computation, and it takes like a lot less time to actually do it. And there's another very interesting property about this kind of a ZK proof technology, that is, it actually allows you to decouple the process of running the computation with the process of verification. And another nice property of ZK proof is that no matter how complex your original computation is, the resulting proof is always this kind of a tiny little thing that everyone can verify with extremely low cost. Even if you're just like doing a LLM, a large language model inference, you can generate a proof that is like very easy to verify to show that, okay, this inference result is actually coming from this model and it's done correctly. So this is a very powerful primitive that is provided by zero-knowledge proof. So, another added benefit here is privacy, but I'm not going to talk too much about this here today. Can we do next slide? Oh, so why is this important? Well, this is what Brevis is built on top, like the new paradigm of verifiable computing that allows you to power new generations of blockchain applications and, so it allows you to power new generation of blockchain applications and, even Web 2 application to essentially enable blockchain to scale to an infinite level. So how it works is that when you are trying to do something that is very complex to run on blockchain, and so when you're trying to run something that is very complex and very kind of data heavy, you don't need to actually run this all in your smart contract. You can migrate this piece of computation away from the blockchain into this Brevis magic box. And in the Brevis magic box, you're not only doing the computation itself, but also generate a zero-knowledge proof for that computation, where you can bring it back to the blockchain, and the blockchain can easily verify the computation with extremely low cost and low latency. So, Brevis is not theoretical. So I mentioned that it's like we have this kind of new paradigm of computing, but it's actually already widely adopted by many of the top-tier DeFi protocols and applications and wallets such as MetaMask, PancakeSwap, Uniswap, Beefy, OpenEden, Euromoney, MetaMask USD, Linea, BNB Chain, Euler. All these kind of blue chip applications are actually using Brevis today. And none of these are just like vanity partnerships. I showed, I think, 36 partners here, and 25 of them are actually running live on mainnet with Brevis-powered features. And you can see some kind of amazing statistics about how we're powering these different applications. So, there are several kind of categories of applications that I want to mention. The first is something called intelligent DeFi. So this goes back to the initial kind of example that I gave, where you want to kind of customize user experiences based on user profile and market condition, and users themselves, for example, can generate a zero-knowledge proof showing that they are a big trader in the DAX ecosystem, and then use that as a way to get a trading fee discount. In PancakeSwap today, you can actually do that in PancakeSwap now. And we are also powering a new generation of decentralized exchanges where the entire matching logic is actually running in ZK computing space. And you can essentially have like a centralized exchange like user experience, but at the same time, layer one blockchain level security and additional privacy benefit that you can bring to the table as well by kind of enabling things like dark pool orders. So, yeah. So, talking about privacy, we also kind of enable things like Kaito privacy protected attestation that allow Kaito users to generate a privacy preserving attestation showing that they are actually this kind of a big whale holder of certain token without revealing that their wallet addresses. So this is very powerful. You can essentially say, okay, I'm a big holder, I'm a whale, and I can generate a ZK proof for that and associate that with my social profile without linking my social profile back to the wallet address that I hold. So this is also live. That is like you can actually use it on Kaito today for many different kind of a project launchpad. And we also do a very kind of a major category of use cases that is what we call continuous protocol incentivization and protocol growth. So let's say you launch a stable token, you want the stable token to be used by many different applications. How do you do that? Is to incentivize these kind of a meaningful usage with token reward, right? So if you run this in a centralized way, you face security, compliance, and transparency issues. But with Brevis, what you can do is that you can actually build a continuous protocol incentivization powered by ZK. So individual users themselves are just generating a zero knowledge proof to directly claim the reward in a fully transparent and secure and also very compliant kind of a fashion. So we're running this for many of the stable tokens such as USD0 and OpenEdence USD, and also for new chains such as Linea. We're running kind of a Linea ignition Linea ignition program with like 1 billion Linea kind of token reward, and many more. So our prediction is that in 10 years, 99% of the computation that is needed in blockchain application are actually going to happen off-chain and in a verifiable fashion, hopefully powered by Brevis. So, what is actually inside the magic box of verifiable computing? Well, there are three main pieces here. In the middle and in the center, it is something called a Pickle ZK VM. So Pickle ZK VM allows you to essentially turn any kind of a software execution into verifiable computing programs. So it is a RISC-V ISA-based computing stack with a bunch of function level pre-compiles. And when I say it is RISC-V, what this means is that you can really just write high-level languages as your software and generate a verifiable and ZK-proved computation result for your software. So comparing with traditional kind of a ZK circuit-based development approach, if you're just using this kind of high-level languages, the complexity of building things become much, much lower. Yeah. Because it's, in the end of the day, it's just plain Rust. So what this means is that you immediately have a new way to change how blockchain consensus work today. So as I mentioned, blockchain consensus works as a kind of a way to do, the way that blockchain consensus works today is through replicated computing. But now with this kind of a new paradigm, you can actually run an Ethereum client, for example, Ethereum full client written in Rust, inside of a Brevis the Pickle ZK VM. And what you get is that you can have like one node that is just running the block computation, block execution, all together, and generate a zero knowledge proof that you can use to send the rest of the network so the rest of the validators can only just verify the proof. And this is exactly what we're doing, and this is like a very huge initiative that is, kind of being pushed by Ethereum Foundation to upgrade the entire consensus layer of Ethereum, in this kind of a new fashion. So the requirement of this is that, of course, you need to generate a zero knowledge proof fast enough within that 12-second kind of window to make this actually feasible. Right, so Pickle right now is the world's fastest ZK VM that allows you to generate a ZK proof for any kind of Ethereum block execution on average for about 6.9 seconds. And when we release this, like we're kind of much faster than the other players in the space. So as you see, like Pickle is like extremely fast. But we believe that there is also this fundamental trade-off between generality and performance, because it's very, very general. You can write any kind of a program and run on it in a verifiable way. So of course, it's not going to be as fast as specialized circuits, right? Well, what we want to operate as Brevis as a whole project is that. Oh yeah, is this working now? Yeah, yeah. So how we want to kind of operate Brevis is that we want to operate at the best of the two worlds. So how do we kind of achieve that? Well, we achieve that by using modularity to the rescue. So Brevis is building a way that we treat our ZK VM as a glue, and we add a bunch of co-processors that are specialized circuits and specialized systems that can address and cater to very commonly seen application use cases and features. So we have many different coprocessors. One of them that are very useful is something called on-chain ZK data coprocessor that allows application to have access to historical on-chain data and run arbitrary computation on them, like transaction events, transaction itself, user state, and so on and so forth. And this kind of architecture allows you to bring another two orders of magnitude when you're dealing with these kind of commonly seen application scenarios. And this is precisely why you can see Brevis is touching so many different application use cases that other kind of verifiable computing platform cannot when they only have a ZK VM. So we have this very unique architecture with a ZK VM and a bunch of satellite that is surrounding this ZK VM as ZK coprocessors. So finally, we want this kind of entire proof generation process to be decentralized and highly available. And this is why we introduced something called Brevis Prover Net that allows you to join the entire proving computation pipeline and then essentially kind of take on whatever workload that is coming from our developer partners. And we just announced the ProverNet white paper, a few days ago, and we're launching this very soon. If you're a developer and are interested in joining the network, please stay tuned on this our latest development. And yeah, well, with that, Okay, with that I conclude my talk, and we hope to again build the future of decentralized application using the powerful paradigm of verifiable computing. It can help the Ethereum layer 1 to grow and scale, but also directly help the applications themselves to tap into this kind of infinite amount of computation power that were not available before. Well, thank you for coming to my talk again. Yep.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. Very great to see all of the fronts that Brevis is making in the ZK space. So thank you for the keynote. Next up, we have a fireside chat with George from Zero G Labs. All right, thank you so much, George, for joining us today. Very excited to be having this first fireside chat of the day with you. I'm wondering if we could first start off with an introduction, your role at Zero G Labs, and how you got into this space.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is George. I lead strategic partnerships at Zero G or Zero Gravity. I also help with our investments on the foundation side to support applications deploying on our chain. So Zero G is building the world's largest AI L1 chain. We're independent AI. And what we come up with is a modular decentralized AI operating system, which has three core components. First is the fastest and the cheapest decentralized storage network. The second is a decentralized and fully verifiable compute network. And the third is a data availability solution, which is 5,000 times faster and higher throughput than the current solutions. All of this is bundled in our operating system, which sits on top of our L1 chain. And the chain is EVM compatible. And our goal is to really bridge the gap between Web 2 and Web 3 AI. In addition to that, we want to make AI a public good. And in order to do that, we have to re-architect the entire infrastructure from the ground up. And we're really excited to share with you some updates that we have regarding that.
Yeah, very exciting. It's good to see that Zero G's solution encompasses multiple layers of the stack with the compute, the decentralized storage, and the DA altogether. Curious to hear about how you guys are addressing the model misalignment issue. So I'm curious to hear specifically any current issues that exist for model misalignment in our current AI systems and what Zero G's approach is for addressing it.
Sure. So one of the big issues with, for example, OpenAI, ChatGPT, and any of these other centralized, LLMs is there isn't transparency on model weights and biases. You're not really even sure what data it was fully trained on, and there's no real ownership records as well. In addition to this, we do not know if the incentives are aligned with human incentives, right? So an AI agent, for example, can have other incentives in place by, for example, a corporation that wants product placement. So when you say, hey, what is the best drink for me to have? I'm really thirsty. Coca-Cola can come in and say, yeah, put us in the higher list of recommendations. Or if I want to book a travel to someplace, maybe Expedia will pay to get their search results up. This was something that the Web 2 people had faced with Google search and Yahoo, where they had to figure out a way to transparently allow companies to move up their ad search and move up the search engine optimization stuff. So with LLMs right now, there isn't any transparency on that. If you were to move this to a decentralized distributed system, for example on Zero G's chain, what happens is there is clear transparency on the model weights, the model biases, there's transparency on the data ownership, there's transparency on who is the controlling entity. There is no central entity with the decentralized LLM. There is no OpenAI, which is determining who and what you get to see. It's going to be determined by you, the community, right? Because the community is contributing data. The model is hosted on a decentralized compute network, which is tapping into our service marketplace. And the more and more you use an LLM hosted on Zero G's network, the more sophisticated and trained it becomes on your information. And so the results you get is tailored to you, and it is safe and secure, and it's quite private as well. And these are all things that actually blockchain is helpful in solving. If you were to talk about centralized solutions, there is no real clear data provenance path. You really don't know what your data is being used for, do you? Right? Your data, you put it into ChatGPT, what happens after that? And so on chain, you know exactly what happens. And what we can do now is to say, okay, you contributed a lot of data, you've used this LLM, and now we have enterprises that are willing to pay for this data. Since we have a clear on-chain provenance of your data, why don't we assign value and points or even revenue share because your data is so valuable for other companies? These are things that you can do on the blockchain that you really cannot do properly or even at scale in the Web 2 context.
Yeah, thank you. And you mentioned the big value proposition when it relates to these decentralized systems with the component of transparency. And you mentioned for compared to our traditional centralized systems, like say with OpenAI. We really don't know what they're doing with our data, and we don't have that data provenance involved. But curious to hear if there's any trade-offs that are involved when we're comparing these decentralized systems to centralized systems. Is there any kind of latency concerns, or say with liveness guarantees? Just curious to hear, just from your standpoint, maybe any reasons why we haven't really adopted decentralized AI just yet.
Yeah, so I think there's two reasons. One, there's a knowledge gap, and two, there's a trust gap. And so the knowledge gap is something that, the decentralized AI community is working on, right? We are conducting workshops, we're sponsoring projects and research institutes. For example, Zero-G just partnered with NTU University in Singapore with a $5 million program to, invest in projects and builders from the university level who are contributing to decentralized AI. So there is this knowledge gap that we need to fill. And so well-funded companies like ourselves are taking that first initiative and saying, hey, let's get the knowledge out there on what are the benefits of decentralized AI. And decentralized AI actually is a very, very large topic. There's decentralized AI with regards to alignment, solving the AI alignment problem. There's decentralized AI in talking about data ownership and provenance. There's about model training and model ownership. There's just a lot. And so now we need to figure out a way to best educate the masses about why we're building what we're building, but then also figure out a way to commercialize this, right? Because if it's not profitable, if it's not scalable to run decentralized AI operating systems, then it's just going to be a circle down to zero. And that's not what we're trying to do. And the second part is the trust. So how do you get someone who is using Web 2 infrastructure their whole life to come on chain and do things? Many people are scared of hacks, exploits, corrupt data, all these type of things. And so we need to prove a lot of things. So that's kind of the topic here as well, which is the verification. So how do we verify your data is secure, right? Well, with Zero-G, we run these models and we host them within TEEs, or trusted execution environments. And this allows us to make sure that the model, the decentralized inferencing, fine-tuning, occurs within this hardware-gated, like box, you could say, and prevents external actors from coming in and manipulating the data. And so this is one way to say, hey, your data is safe, the model has not been tampered with. And then, in another way, what we're looking at is ZK. So we're using ZK proofs and ZK-ML to also verify these things. What we realized is ZK is much slower. It's about 100 times slower than TEEs in the verification side of things. But ZK is a higher standard, and we find that having a hybrid approach with TEEs and ZK allows the right customer to choose what they feel is best. So for example, most of the applications building on Zero-G, and there's over 400 projects building on our chain, most of the projects just want fast inference, right? They want very, very fast and real time almost. And so they prefer TEEs. But then we're speaking with enterprises that value, security more than anything, and they're willing to pay extra, and they're willing to wait longer, right? They don't need a prompt to be answered within 2 seconds. They're okay to wait. So for them, we recommend ZK. And so we use ZK proofs and ZK-ML on our compute network through some of our partners, and we're able to provide that. So I think the biggest gap right now is the trust and the knowledge, and so Zero-G is handling both of them simultaneously at this point.
So as you mentioned, it's twofold. There's first that knowledge gap, and then also once that's fulfilled, there needs to be a way in which we can basically transfer the users from being used to using these centralized solutions to using the more decentralized approach with that trust component. And it's good to hear also that Zero-G offers the flexibility for users to choose, say, between using a trusted enclave versus ZK based on their preferences and based on the use case that they're targeting. So it's really great to hear that you guys offer that flexibility. And just on the topic for verifiability, I'm wondering if there's any other kinds of mechanisms that Zero-G uses to address verifiability, say with the decentralized storage component, or even the role of these AI alignment nodes. Curious to hear how you guys really help enforce the idea of verifiable AI.
Sure. Verifiable AI is something Zero-G has been working on for years, right? And so again, we started by re-architecting the entire tech stack so that we can have AI fully on-chain and verify it. So we started with decentralized storage. Our storage network is 80% cheaper than the centralized solutions. But in addition to that, it's infinitely scalable. We have storage nodes, which basically partition data into a storage lane and a publishing lane. This allows for horizontal scalability, but it also allows us to basically reduce costs and increase the verifiability of the data. Because now all the data is within these nodes, and you have a single access point for each node, but then you can have multiple nodes per consensus layer, and you have redundancies in place. So again, this is another important factor, which is security. When Cloudflare went down, AWS goes down, Zero-G decentralized storage networks doesn't go down, right? It is a trusted network of nodes, which is so decentralized and distributed across various other cloud providers itself that one outage doesn't impact it. If that outage, for example, did impact a node, you can simply just add another node into your network. And then now if you're talking about scaling, like if you have an agent network, we have a lot of agents deploying on our chain, and you want to scale to 1,000 agents on the network. If you go to other chains, it's quite difficult to do that because there's RPC issues, there's drop transactions. But on Zero-G, you just need to add extra storage nodes, extra compute nodes, and you just add it linearly, and you're scaling the entire network. You're scaling the entire throughput. So to give you a context, we get 2 gigabytes per second in storage throughput. That is the fastest cold storage network in the entire Web3 space. And now when you say, how do we achieve that? It's through this mechanism of parallelizing the architecture and horizontally scaling the infra. Okay, so the storage is one of the early things that Zero-G architected so that we know the data is safe and verifiable. The second thing is on the compute side. We mentioned the TEEs and ZK proofs. The third thing is AI alignment nodes. So last November, we had a very large and successful node sale where we were able to distribute around 100,000 or 120,000 AI alignment nodes to the community. And it was a very successful sale. We raised around $35 million. And what these alignment nodes do is they help verify data that is going through the various other nodes. So it checks to make sure that the storage and compute and DA nodes are working well. But in addition to that, they actually help detect model drift. And it helps, this is a problem that occurs during model training where the accuracy actually reduces if there's too much data or corrupt data. In addition, these AI alignment nodes can help for detecting malicious data injection. This is another problem that occurs in the model training process and even in centralized solutions where a hacker can come in and just inject data. And now the real thing that we want to prevent against is what happened, for example, with Anthropic, where there was infiltration by the governments, foreign governments, to come in and extrapolate data that is not supposed to be shared. And so this is another aspect. We need safeguards in place, and Zero-G has all of these things built into to our infrastructure itself, and it should prevent these type of attacks for LLMs that are on our marketplace.
Yeah, thanks so much, George. And it's very cool to hear that even the malicious injection issue can also be addressed with these alignment nodes. So it's very multi-purpose, I think. And I wanted to hear also, just from your side, if there's any kinds of use cases that are currently being built on Zero-G that you're particularly excited about, or any that haven't been built just yet, but you would like to see being built in the future?
Yeah, there's two products from Zero-G that I'm super excited about. The first is a launchpad that allows the community to participate in the training of AI models. So now, up till this point, community has not had clear ownership rights to any of the AI models that you're using. When you use ChatGPT, you pay a subscription fee every month, and they're taking your data, they're getting the model to be better, fine-tuned, and then they have enterprise value for that, which they are not distributing to you directly. So with Zero-G, any of these models that are hosted on our marketplace, they will basically have this ability for you to contribute to them. And so we have a list of 10 to 15 projects that are creating their own custom AI models, and they are calling on the community to participate in training these models. So you can train it by contributing your data, which you are already producing every day on-chain and off-chain, or you can contribute your GPU resources. So you have your computers, you have hardware that is not fully being utilized. Well, you can contribute those GPUs to model training tasks and earn some rewards for that. And then you can contribute your capital, right? So if it's, for example, a DeFi model, which we think is going to be trading AI agents or generating revenue across yield vaults, well, if you contribute to making that model better, you get revenue share rights from that model and you can earn an income from that. And so the first platform that I'm really excited about is called BMO.Party. It's our launchpad which allows users to participate in the decentralized training process of AI models. It's the first of its kind. I guarantee you haven't seen anything like that on any other chain. And so Zero-G is really excited about that. The second product is our new ERC standard. The ETH Foundation just approved it last week, so it's officially on the repos there. But basically, we created a new NFT for AI agents. It's called the Intelligent NFT, or ERC 7857. And this NFT basically allows us to prove ownership of AI agents on the Zero-G network. Now, when you create a token, which most of us will know, a crypto token, you have a contract address and you know who the creator is. But actually, when you create an AI agent, it's not so clear on who the creator is or even who the owner is. So Zero-G believes the best way to prove ownership of an AI agent is to take the AI agent, take the data that it is tapping into, along with the model, and bundle that relationship in an NFT. And that NFT is the ERC 7857, the new standard. And what that allows us to do is say, hey, this is the true owner of this AI agent. And then we can take it one step further. We can fractionalize that NFT and allow others to participate in owning this NFT. So instead of buying a meme coin, which is loosely associated with an AI agent, you are actually buying ownership of the agent itself. So this is a much closer, intimate relationship with the agent. It's not as loose as what we've seen in the previous narrative hypes of AI agent meme coins. The second thing that we love about the INFT is the fact that you can now do revenue share as well. So anybody who's owning this NFT or these fractionalized shares of this agent, they have clear ownership rights for future revenue from the agent. And so you can bring that back. In addition, we all know about agentic payment stuffs, X402s, and then the agent registries with 8004. What we're seeing is there's a lot of demand for agent-to-agent payment and commerce. So one of the things we could do is say an agent can buy another agent as long as they both have a wallet and they can transact their NFTs. So this is something else that we're coming out with in our marketplace where agents will be able to buy other agents. They'll be able to form teams. Multi-agent orchestration is able to occur and be commercialized through the Zero-G network. Again, these are all things that take a lot of resources to develop, and we're super excited to bring it to market very soon.
Yeah, it's great to hear that users can now directly participate even in the training with the Launchpad. And with these intelligent NFTs, you mentioned that not only can we prove the ownership of who owns these NFTs, but we can also fractionalize it and enable some use cases there. Yeah. So that's very exciting to hear. And in terms of just recent or upcoming announcements, Zero-G Compute is going mainnet soon. So I was wondering, I think at the end of Q4 for this year, I was wondering if there were any kinds of main takeaways or learnings that the team had in previous testnet versions that you're hoping to apply to mainnet, or anything that you're anticipating when it comes to the release.
Yeah, so our compute network is really interesting. We have a lot of partners that are helping us on the back end, but what we realized with the compute network is the use cases are just being unveiled. There's just so many cool things people want to use Zero-G Compute for. I can give you some examples. We have a project that is looking to aggregate your health data from wearables, your lab reports, your medical history, medical records, and they want to aggregate it, put it on into an AI model, host that model on Zero-G's marketplace and compute network, and then have community to further train it, and then give you personalized recommendations that go beyond what a ChatGPT or any other LLM would be able to do. And so what we're seeing is personalized medicine is being changed on Zero-G. Right? We're enabling this better outcomes. And I've seen the reports, right? I've seen the reports from what Zero-G's marketplace is able to produce and what ChatGPT produces, and it's so much more in-depth, right? We also have stuff in the DeFi space, right? We have people creating models that are having trading strategies that are outperforming Bitcoin and the S&P, and they just need to host that model somewhere and then democratize access to that model and financialize it along the way. And they can do all of that much more easily on Zero-G versus doing it on their own or even through centralized solutions. In addition to this, what I'm really excited about Compute is the verification. So this is the thing that took the longest, right? To incorporate TEEs for the Compute network took a lot of engineering resources and effort. This is something that I think we wish we knew early that how difficult it would be, but we've solved it, right? And it's going to be going to mainnet probably end of this month or early next month, where you will have fully verifiable compute, fully verifiable inferencing, fine-tuning. You can do decentralized training, all of that on our compute network and on mainnet, which means this is real money that's being transacted. It's real data. We had a ton of usage of the compute network on our testnet over the past 6 months to a year, but now is when you're going to see real use cases on mainnet.
Yeah, it's a very exciting time indeed now that we can see kind of these use cases be deployed in real time in real environments with the upcoming mainnet. So thank you so much, George, for coming in today for this fireside chat. And it's very cool to hear all of Zero-G's developments in the decentralized AI space and your guys' goal of making AI into a public good. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Thank you. All right, thank you so much, George. Next up, we have our next keynote for the day. We have Piggy from Tyco who will be presenting.
All right, thank you so much. Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Pier Giacomo. I go by PG, way shorter. I lead ecosystem at Tyco. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Tyco and what based rollups are. Guess if we can get the slides. Yep. So let's start from the very basics. Oops, let's see if the... all right, there it is. Next slide. Well, I guess in the meantime, how many of you are familiar? Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you so much. How many of you are familiar with based rollups by show of hands? Not a lot. 1, 2, 3. Very okay. That's good. It's good because I can educate a little bit more, I guess. Okay, so just real quick, why does this matter? I'm gonna just share some basic definitions of like what based rollups are. Gonna dive a little bit deeper into Tyco Alicia, which is our main protocol. One very cool feature that we shipped recently, which is based pre-confirmation. And then I'm going to talk a little bit more about our solution for synchronous composability, which we call Tyco Gwyneth, and is actually going to come out in the next couple of months. All right, so why does this matter? I think it's a pretty well-known fact that majority of L2s are running centralized sequencers. There is a need to decentralize the sequencer. It is a problem. There have been like several solutions to it, like set of rotating sequencers. Of course, like solo sequencers that are very profitable to run, but also highly centralized. But why don't we use the L1 directly as a sequencing layer, which is exactly what based rollups are. Centralized sequencers can be bad. They have definitely like some pros, but they can be bad for several reasons. They can censor transactions. They can go down for several reasons. We've seen recently AWS outage, base sequencer went down. Arbitrum sequencer, like a couple of years ago, went down because it ran out of gas, like literally, so it stopped processing blocks. And also they cannibalize sequencer, they cannibalize at the L1. They, on average, take like 95, 96% of fees, and they don't leak value back to Ethereum. So, all the roll-up ecosystem feels very fragmented. There have been some solutions, things like AG layer, superchains, stacks that try to unify under one roof different roll-ups, but they still feel like isolated islands. So again, why not use directly the L1? And that's what base rollups are meant for. Want to share this tweet by one of the co-founder of Celeste, which I think is pretty telling, arguing that single sequencers are not centralized. They preserve most of the qualities, verifiability, liveness, and permissionless. I think it's pretty obvious that, and already proven that it's not the case. Again, going back to literally last week, when AWS went down and base sequencer had outages issues, and that's just one of the examples. So just to give some basic definitions about this, if you're settling on Ethereum, you're a layer 2. If you're using Ethereum as a DA, you're a rollup. If you're using Ethereum for sequencing, you're what is called a base rollup. And if you're using Ethereum for execution, you're what is called a native rollup, which is something that the Ethereum Foundation and a lot of core Ethereum researchers are currently working on, which I think is pretty cool, but outside of the scope of this talk, but definitely pay attention to it because it's gonna come pretty soon. So these are kind of the superpowers of base rollups. Decentralization, base rollups inherit by default all the properties of Ethereum, which means decentralization, liveness, security, censorship resistance, simplicity. Tycho itself is a type 1, so it's literally fully Ethereum equivalent. And of course, synchronous composability. There are some drawbacks, of course, because as you inherit all these properties from Ethereum, you also inherit block finality, which is 12 seconds plus. We've seen that on Tycho. And base rollups can be more expensive, and they can be less profitable because we pay way more rent back to Ethereum. This is kind of our protocol overview. Tycho is literally a set of smart contracts deploy on Ethereum L1, facilitate, manage proofs, facilitate rollup operation. Again, as I said, full Ethereum equivalent, no centralized sequencer, and we have a multi-proving architecture with ZK and TEs. We work with SP1 and RISC-0. You guys heard the pitch from Brevis. I think they're a great team, and we're very close to work with them as well, and welcoming new ZK VMs. I think that space is very exciting, and there's a lot of development going on. Configurable proof system, and decentralizing, proposing, and proving. Anybody can propose and prove a block on Tycho permissionlessly. This is a little bit about our economics. So a user pays fee, an L2 transaction fee, 75% goes to the block proposer, 25% goes to Tycho DAO, encouraging revenue generation. The block proposer then submits a block to L1, pays L1 fee, also pays prover fee to the prover, that then submits a proof to L1. At the current moment, we have 80% of ZK coverage. We're looking to get 100% ZK coverage in the next couple of months. And again, as I said, it's permissionless to become a proposer and approver. The liveness bond is 25 Tycho. If you propose faulty blocks, you get slash, but it's pretty accessible to most people, I would argue. We're also a great tenant to Ethereum. The graph you see is Tycho before pre-confirmation. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what base pre-confirmation means. But as you see, that was kind of what we paid to Ethereum before launching pre-confirmation, and it was a lot of money. But again, we want to scale Ethereum truly, and we want to contribute to Ethereum without cannibalizing the L1. And actually, we're the second rollup that paid more gas. I guess base because of all the activity, but that shows kind of like our commitment to like giving back to Ethereum in a meaningful way. Oh, this should be a video. I don't know if it doesn't play. But anyway, this kind of like shows the speed of like pre-confirmation. Before pre-confirmations, Tycho was like pretty slow, arguably. We pioneered based rollups, so we chew glass for like kind of like to pave the way. But you know, a transaction could have taken even like 20, 30 seconds, which was of course suboptimal. Now with pre-confirmation, actually transactions take like 2-3 seconds. So we're at par with like centralized solutions while also preserving all the good stuff and the good properties of Ethereum. Just real quick, pre-confirmations are not a Web3 thing. They actually do exist in Web2 in the traditional world. Whenever like you go and pay for a coffee at Starbucks, they're like their bank and your bank like issue a pre-confirmation in the background, and then transaction gets settled after like few hours. But that pre-confirmation gives you the guarantee that the payment went through. And again, like these already exist in Web 2. It also already exists in like Web 3. The issue is that they are like pre-confirmations are very centralized. With base pre-confirmation, what that enables is that any L1 validator can actually be a pre-confer. And there's actually an economic incentive to do that because there's an extra fee that gets paid, an extra tip that gets paid to pre-confer to issue pre-confirmations. And again, with base pre-confirmation, you have the best of both worlds at the end of the day. So you have speed and great UX, but you also have trustlessness and censorship resistance. And of course, like as I said, like there's economic incentives to do so. So the end game for us is like that any L1 validator can actually become a pre-confer. Yeah, so up as decentralized as Ethereum, up as fast as like any centralized solution that we have right now in the market. Web 2, as I said, like pre-confirmation are based on trust. Web 3 pre-confirmation are also based on trust. Base pre-confirmation are trustless. So I want to hammer this point down because this is very, very important. This kind of like our roadmap. We launched pre-confirmations like a few months ago, and we're like still in the test phase. We're very lucky to have launched them with like some amazing partner like Chainbound, Gatica, and Nethermind. We're running like a whitelisted pre-conf era, I would say. It's fair to call a spade a spade. I'm not here to say like we're the best, but this is important so we can test the software, we can test the system, and we're looking to like, oh, there's a typo. Actually, no, Q1 2026, right. We're actually like looking to like fully go permissionless so anybody can opt in and become a pre-confer like by the end of Q1, hopefully sooner than that. And that's kind of like the end game when it comes to pre-confirmation for us. Oh, I think there's I skipped a slide. No, that's it. Okay, cool. Last piece that I want to share with you guys is another cool innovation that we're working on, and it's actually coming out pretty soon. We call it Gwyneth, and it basically enables synchronous composability between L2 and L1. And also between L2s, given that L2s are based. What this means is like there's no need for bridging anymore. Like you could literally like access like L1 and apps on L1 right from an L2 without moving funds, just with one click, which I think it's pretty important. Bridges are like a counterparty risk, and we've seen a lot of hacks and things that are not really secure and not what we should aim for. Bridges are a great short-term solution, but this is kind of like how we see the end game. So network of like synchronous composable L2s that also synchronous compose with the L1, making Ethereum and all its L2 feel kind of like as a same unified ecosystem. So we're also like, waiting for real-time proving also to make this like way more efficient, and I think that's coming out pretty soon. I'm very excited to see that happening. There's definitely a lot of great work being done on that side. But yeah, so keep an eye for Gwyneth because it's right around the corner. And if you're interested in building on it or just like testing it out, feel free to reach out. Also wanted to share this very recent announcement. We work very closely with Nethermind since the beginning of our days. We have a base rollup stack that we call Surge, and it was actually we announced that name chain was going to be ENS chain is being built on this stack. And we're working to like empower more and more chains to become based. So if you're interested in like learning more about Surge, please ping me. Surge, by the way, is stage 1 and actually can be enabled to become stage 2. So yeah, that's kind of like what we're aiming for, and very feel blessed to like work with like such great partners like Nethermind and ENS. They're like pioneers and OG in the Ethereum ecosystem. And yeah, I want to just leave you guys with like maybe if this works. There you go. I hope the future of Ethereum is not Coinbase, or at least is not just Coinbase. The future of Ethereum can be based. For what the market is right now, it's looking like it's mostly Coinbase. But there are alternatives. I would encourage you guys to like explore those alternatives. Based rollups are definitely a very good and viable alternative to scaling Ethereum without compromising security and censorship resistance. So if you're interested in learning more, feel free to reach out. I'm gonna stick around. And yeah, thanks for listening. Oh, sure, yeah. Thank you so much. I leave the mic.
Thanks so much, PG, for the presentation on Tycho. It's really cool to see how Tycho is advancing towards base rollups and also pre-cons. So thank you so much. Next up, we have our second panel for today with Rekha from Boundless, who will be moderating. Please welcome everyone for our next panel. Please be careful.
Oh, sorry? I should sit here? All right, nice.
Oh, no, sorry, make sure.
Oh, here? Of course.
There always is. Yes. Groups. Do we have time? Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the panel of the day. We're going to be discussing AI and work and verifiability and how we can improve contribution, authorship, authenticity, and how zero-knowledge proofs potentially can help in this. We do have experts on this panel, and we are going to scheme and discover what the future might hold for us. I would like to start with a round of introductions. We do have one microphone, so Ming, you have the microphone. Please start with name, title, why you're here, or then Humpty.
Hi, everybody. My name is Humpty Calderon, and I am primarily a creator, but also a contributor to platforms and organizations that are building decentralized identity and reputation services.
Hello, everyone. My name is Esteban. I'm leading an exploration team at Starkware. What we're building is probably proof of concept, a bit of research, using our prover and reducing the developer barriers on StarkNet.
Hi everyone, my name is Ming Guo. I'm the co-founder of ZKM, where we develop maybe the only MIPS32 zero-knowledge virtual machine, high-performance zero-knowledge virtual machine on the market. called Zyron. We have a poster over there. And also, yeah, I also helped started this House of ZK verifying intelligence track. You're very nice to have you all here.
Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Vignesh. I'm the general manager for EigenCompute at EigenLayer. EigenCompute basically helps you give smart contract properties to Docker containers.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm Rekha. I'm the Director of Marketing at Boundless Protocol, which is the Universal Zero Knowledge Protocol. Our first question and first conversation piece that I'd like to have with us is kind of discovering the best case scenario when AI and contributions that humans make in the world through technology is actually working as it should, as we dream about. So I would like all of you to say a short version of what the best case for that is and what properties the technology have with it.
Okay, I thought, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me start. Well, we have already like maybe 2 years into this new like large language model boom cycle, and it's been a while that we also see like an explosion of like AI-based crypto, like new meme coins, you know, or just AI coins. So if that's the only story, the question to ask is, where's the usage? What do you get out of this like AI coin, right? So in addition to Mimi, I'm actually pro Mimi, right? I think this is some phenomena expressed in the digital form that definitely has value, but it's just not very stable, very volatile. But the most important question is, what's the use case, right? So everyone's asking this, and obviously you have AI chats. You can generate images from text, but if you have to copy whatever data from your app into a chat box to generate whatever AI can generate, that's the problem, right? I think the future should be having AI blended into your app, blended into your life. And also, it needs to be secure, right? It needs to know very intimate information about you to serve you well or work well. But then, you know, what about privacy? What about security? And those are problems I think technology like zero knowledge proof and the infrastructure we're building around it, for example, like ZKVM, can help. But we need to blend AI with, you know, security technologies.
Vignesh, please.
So for me, the way I think about the best case scenario is over human history, basically intelligence has been very rare. Not rare, but it's a very valuable quantity. And what that means is that we only have people working on specific problems or intelligence applied to specific problems. And in like the last 20 years, a lot of it's been to technology. And I think if you look at other spaces like space exploration or biology or these other like deep things, we haven't necessarily seen the same rate of progress that we've seen with like iPhone development or like technology. And I think the best case scenario is that as you commoditize intelligence, that you see more and more progress in all of these other areas. And the ideal state is that human life overall significantly improves. And, you know, people live longer, they're healthier, we can explore the universe. And, you know, maybe we switch from a scarcity mindset of like, we have very few things to an abundance mindset. And that's kind of how I see it.
Very boundless mindset.
I think in an ideal scenario, AI really extends intelligence. It really extends human intelligence, and we have a kind of a symbiotic relationship with AI. I think that's where I think AI could shine, but if you want to have such a symbiotic relationship with AI, you need some essential properties, privacy. You need to be able to extend your cognition to AI in a private way. you need to be able to do that in a verifiable way, in a reproducible way. So these are some properties that I think are important to have in AI, but in the ideal scenario, we don't see too much job displacement, we see more a symbiotic relationship, and it extends cognition the same way that a pen and paper would extend your brain when you do computation. So I think that's maybe a bit utopic. We don't have replacement, but we have extension.
So I think the question was, in the current state of AI, is it working? And in an ideal state, how would it work? Or what we would like to see. I want to carry on this idea of verifiability, but I also want to talk about it from the lens of a creator. I think it's interesting to see how AI has rapidly accelerated a lot of creativity online, a lot of AI slop, and interestingly, people seem to enjoy that. Which I think that for the purposes of that application, it's working for some people. However, there is still something to be said about the work that others create, take time to produce, to hopefully create some impact in people's lives. A lot of this work is just being kind of swallowed up by these LLMs and reproduced and really providing no value back to these creators. One of the things that I would like to see is some way of verifying where this data is coming from and providing some attribution back to the artists. And of course, if there's any way to monetize that attention, that would be something that I would personally like to see. When it comes to this verifiability of content, I think that there's a couple of different ideas that are currently being experimented with, but I think that it just needs to be something that's super simple at the point of creation, where someone can create content, whether that's video content or doing an illustration, and they be able to stamp something that is provable and something that is that loops back to the individual, no matter how that information is harvested and used in the future.
In the context of in the context of zero knowledge, since we're at a zero knowledge conference and side event, I'd like to explore, based on all of these best case scenarios, we do have verifiability, we can attest back to the creator, best case scenario is working and more human flourishing is on the way. How would zero knowledge proofs fit into this more on a technical level? What role can zero knowledge proofs play in the verifiability of AI and human contribution?
Yeah, I think one of the more important pieces that I personally like to see is more on the interoperability of this data, where there's the ability to share this and be able to reuse it and provide, again, some level of attribution throughout the way, the lifetime of the lifetime value of this content.
So attribution.
I think for me, it's remain privacy. That's where, at Starkware, we've been pioneering the work on start proofs, and I think start proofs are really essential in a world where the best use case of AI unfolds, where you can use start proofs at scale. They are quantum resistant, they are scalable, and that would allow to give essentially every to have inference without having to reveal the output or without having to reveal the weights of your model. So in that scenario, I feel like the role of zero knowledge proofs would be really to be able to preserve the privacy of the input, the model weight, and sometimes also the IP of behind the model that you're using. And I think here, and I'm a bit biased, I think Stark proofs are particularly suited for that.
Yes, I think I'll follow up with the talk about like AI slop. I think we're already into a stage of AI development that most of the data of the public data or the private data that you can get online has already been exhausted, right? This has been been the case for a while. And now everyone's trying to get to the maybe 10 trillion parameter kind of model, but where's the data? And I think there's a huge amount of data to be tapped. It's like real-time human interaction data. And those data, could be faked. And then you just have like more AI slop, right? I'm not even talking about the data will degrade your model. I'm talking about just real data, but kind of like trash data, right? Like fake data or data try to, the purpose manipulate to for the purpose of manipulation. So I think what we have the opportunity from the Web3 decentralized movement technology can help is to do what we call like a individual centric. I call them like POV data. So POV data is data that's collected from the individual point. That's very authentic because there's no way you can manipulate that. And data can be, models trained on this data is very authentic. There's no kind of degradation. But in order for this to not being attacked or manipulated, you need hardcore, consensus and the guardrails. And these are computation acted on POV data that can be secured, authenticated, and in consensus with the zero-knowledge proof technology. And while it's cheap, we would have it, the next generation data for AI.
So what you're saying is authenticity. So we did have attribution, privacy, authenticity. Vignesh, what's your take?
Yeah, my take is I think Ming brought up a lot of good points. One is that AI needs a lot of data in order to be useful, and that most of the public sources of data have been exhausted. I think with zero knowledge, what you have is an interesting place where you can maybe prove that you shared data with an AI model, but that the creator of the model didn't actually get access to your actual data source and couldn't kind of steal it. And then that lets you have an economy where you can kind of broker access to specific private data and have people train models or ingest it, but you don't lose the keys to your kingdom by sharing it. And I think that's a really powerful model because otherwise you can maybe sell your data once, but in this way you can sell your data many times. And then the second thing that ZK does here is it helps you as the seller of the data prove certain attributes of the data before the sale, which I think makes it more valuable to the person buying it. And so I think that's a pretty powerful way to use ZK plus data in AI.
What neither of you said, and I would like to add, is zero-knowledge proofs can also help prove that you're paying for the most expensive model. Maybe imagine that in the next few years we'll even have even larger subscriptions to access vast amounts of computation through these AI models. Let's say I'm paying like $1,000 a month to access to all of this computation. The level of compute that they actually provide for me, right now we're just trusting that ChatGPT is actually doing the work that they say they do through my subscription, but it could also prove that they are doing the amount of compute, the complexity of compute, they use the model that I'm paying for every single answer that I'm asking, and it's not just creating the fluff and hallucinating with the easiest model that they have. So backwards towards the user, that's also a use case, which by the way, I think is an interesting business model as well, if any of you are interested in building towards that with ZK, because it would be worth quite a bit as we scale the amount of work that we do with AI and rely on it for. I would like us to discuss a little bit more on, yes, zero-knowledge proofs have all these properties. It does have attribution, privacy, authenticity. I think what you said is also more on the private sharing. Can we talk a little bit more about zero-knowledge proofs? Golden. We're all a fan of zero-knowledge proofs. Is there a world where attestations or on-chain verification can also play a role in how human contribution can be coexisting with AI? And please, Vignesh, start.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that the way I see it is there's like two kind of like aspects to this. One is like people will probably have more and more of a desire for like kind of like authentic or like human things, like you want handcrafted pottery, right? And I think in that world, if we have something where we can use like the proof of personhood plus the ZK that a person actually outputted this, then you can associate that with content or information or creation. That to me is almost the same as when you go buy something and it's like handcrafted. And so I think that there will be value and like desire for that, especially as like maybe AI creates, like we saw like in the Industrial Revolution, like people were able to build things like very quickly, but they lacked kind of that human element. and then I think that's where that'll really come in.
I think there's an urge for, that's better. There's an urge for, the operator of a blockchain to kind of like having all the data on-chain, right? But we all know from the era of like Bitcoin scaling and Ethereum scaling, that is unattainable. It's unattainable even today for very simple financial transaction data. The rules of this, I see every blockchain as its own universe, and the rules of this universe is very, very simple. And for this simple rules universe, the data is already unattainable. What about all the data like human generated for AI, right? So putting, first citizen data on chain on layer 1 is impossible. The solution, I think, is to learn from the universe, right? So our universe, the physical universe, only has 3 dimensions, right? The space is 3-dimensional. The 4th dimension is like time, but we actually have another big, sort of like a tesseract, which is your mind. Your mind have infinite dimensions you can tuck all your data into, right? We see a colorful world. We have thoughts, and they all have their own dimensions, so it's infinite, right? And we can do this with blockchains as well. So we can have very hard, maybe financial or commitment to financial transactions on layer 1. Those are very important. They need to be simple, stay simple. And we can have a roll-up, that's layer 2, to enforce the transactions for example, like DeFi or something like that. And those logics, you can have zero-knowledge proofs, for example, enabled by ZK rollup, like we do ZK VM enabled ZK rollups. And for AI applications, you could tuck them into layer 3. And those needs to have consensus as well, but imagine you have your own app or your own group. You have consensus, but you don't need the 70 billion people on the planet to agree with you because it has nothing to do with them. So we have all kinds of specific consensus. They don't all need to be on layer 2 or layer 1, right? So dump everything on layer 1. Those are just trash, right? I know there are blobs. Bitcoin also has that. You can dump everything there, and they could say, my data is on Bitcoin, right? But those are just trash. Those are not consensus data. So consensus data needs to be guarded, to be verified using technology like rollup or VM, and they don't need to be on layer 1. They can be on layer 2 or even layer 3 for your very specific group of individual-centric consensus. So you have all kinds of multidimensional consensus all over the place. So this is I think the kind of technology that ZK zero-knowledge proof can work with the avalanche of data we have, and to help them build all kinds of consensus. So the world will be decentralized in consensus, authenticated, and privacy preserved. I see that's the future to deal with all the data we generated in the AI era, and also keep blockchain scalable and fast and cheap. All right.
Thank you.
I think blockchain bring 2 really interesting properties for this ideal case scenario where we have AI and human beings working well together. One of them is censorship resistant. You want anyone to be able to verify a proof on a blockchain, and liveliness. You want to be able to do that at any time. So I think this is the word where we would see on-chain verification of zero-knowledge proof thrive in the context of AI. I think when anyone is able to generate a proof at any time for a given AI model, that's where we would see the synergies between blockchain and AI grow. So that's my take on that one.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I think crypto has worked for some time with this open public ledger where this information is available to anybody to look and kind of attest, without, an intermediary. However, it presents challenges. We've already seen some of the dangers of having your financial data just publicly available. There are many other reasons why having certain information, such as your identity, on-chain, publicly available is not ideal. But there's also other reasons why this is not the desired state. There are institutions who don't necessarily want their IP in a public ledger, but they do want to be able to interoperate. So to be able to do so with some sort of like private proof or ZK, some CK proofs on there, I think that opens up the space for other players to participate in the ecosystem without fear of losing the value of their data, or even more importantly, probably opening themselves up to danger.
In a sort of a closing, so zero knowledge proofs do have more collaborative motives to do with on-chain attestations, for example. However, they can work synchronously, basically, is what the conclusion of this round was, this question. As our closing question, I would like to do a rapid-fire answer for 2026. And with everything that we've just said, zero-knowledge proofs and ZKVMs and all the protocols for all of our works of the teams here and beyond that are still home are in a really good place for us to actually progress towards this best case scenario, be really prominent, and provide this technology for AI to work. Thanks, Ming. The question is what property of the zero knowledge space, or what main feature should we really nail down and focus on collaboratively, perhaps, in our own individual ways as teams, to push this most forward in 2026?
Yeah, I think this idea of privacy comes in vogue, every couple of months or years. I think that one thing that has been something favored, and I've seen it coming back in vogue, is this idea of like reputational data and how we can continue to create platforms or products that allow for us to share this information so that we can open up new opportunities on-chain as well.
I think, I would say scalability at this stage. I feel like zero-knowledge proofs today, whether it's snarks or starks, they cannot handle the level of compute that we're seeing in AI model, in LLM models. So I think we need at least 100x improvement in the current snark or stark technology to be able to make that a reality.
It's a fair point.
Sorry, what was the closing question again?
All right, it's 2026. For all this best case scenario, what property of ZK should we focus on collectively to really provide this technology for AI to reach best case scenario?
Oh, okay. So I think what we always striving for zero knowledge is I think it's still like performance is always the most pressing concern. So we're always trying to build a fast, cheap and fast. And also maybe in the feature-wise, I think right now we use zero knowledge proof mostly for scaling. Like that's why you see like companies or projects called succinct. So succinctness, that's for scaling. And I think in the next era, next stage, we would want to build like privacy preserving zero knowledge proof, that the original meaning for zero knowledge, and of course maybe hardware accelerated compute proof generation infrastructure that will make this prevalent, accessible to every app, and make it really cheap, compared to what AI computers are already, in very dire, demand. Yeah, I think that's, my closing for, looking into the future of AI technology.
I think for me, the game changer is to look at a broader market. So right now, I think a lot of stuff makes sense to people in crypto and Web3, I think if you really want this to take off, you need it to be so that a Web 2 developer can come and in about an hour have something productive. Because right now I think using a lot of ZK VMs, like taking a Web 2 app and trying to get it to run in there, it's very complicated. A lot of them will fail and it can take weeks.
Good point. Thanks for being short with the rapid fire answer. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. So 2026 is about ZK and privacy, so be excited. We're all at the forefront of that. Be public representatives for it. Thank you so much, my panelists, for being here and providing your answers and your wisdom. Enjoy the next one.
All right, thank you so much to everyone from our last panel, including Rekha for moderating. Next up, we have a keynote that will be presented by Ben, who is CSO at Veradice.
All right. Okie doke. Well, thank you everybody for attending today. My name is Ben. As mentioned on the slide, I am the CSO at Veradice. We are a security research and auditing firm. If you're wondering why I'm wearing an Audit Hub t-shirt instead of a Veradice t-shirt, come and ask me after the talk. We've got a booth back there. What I'm here to talk to you about today is ZKVM applications, and specifically what can go wrong when building ZKVM applications, especially in the private domain. I've picked this fun and catchy fear-mongering tagline, exploitable by anyone, is exactly what we're trying to avoid. So hopefully by the end of this talk, you feel a bit more comfortable understanding what might go wrong, what might lead to an exploit, and how to keep it out of your code. But let's start simple, ground this conversation in exactly what we're talking about, and give just a quick refresher on what a ZKVM application actually looks like in practice. So we've got two components typically to a ZKVM that we're really going to care about on the security side. The first is our guest code. We're going to think Rust or Go, whatever normal programming language you work in. And then also our verification layer, which is going to be our smart contract. And here, just to pick a popular language, we can think of this as some Solidity app. Our users are going to start with some secret input. So we're building, in this example, a private application that has some kind of data that we want to interact on-chain, but we don't actually want posted on-chain. And they are going to invoke the ZKVM. So here we've taken our guest program and we're running it inside of our magic box. Our key has disappeared here from the slides, but our private data is running inside this guest code, inside the ZKVM, and producing some public output. The ZKVM is then producing the public output along with a proof that can attest to the fact that we did in fact run the program we are talking about inside of our magic box, which will then be posted on-chain. Hopefully. There we go. Okay. I put too many transitions in my slides, it turns out. So this is great. This is going to bring ZK to everybody, right? We have ZK applications with almost no ZK background required. You need to be able to write a guest program. You need to be able to write a Solidity program. And now you can get privacy, scalability, all kind of for free without having to hire a cryptography person. So from here, we want to ask, what can go wrong? And what I think can go wrong here, and what we are worried about at Veradice, is how we secure these private applications. hopefully, if you guys have been following some of the news, you're aware that getting things right in the blockchain space can be hard. So let me see if apparently if I stand further forward, I get better results with the clicker, so hello. Frequently, in blockchain, funds are stolen. How frequently? More than we want. In the past calendar year alone, hundreds of millions of dollars were stolen. This is an underestimate from errors in smart contract logic. A significant portion of this, over almost a third, is in contracts that are already audited. So we are investing into security, and even with careful security reviews, projects are still being exploited. When we move into all right. I'll try to keep things moving forward. When we move into the ZK space, things are even harder. So over half of ZK projects that we review have a critical vulnerability in them. And this is twice as likely in DeFi projects. So this includes even more traditional ZK applications, but it's something that we should be concerned about and wonder as we move into the ZKVM domain, whether this problem will continue. And so the rest of this talk is going to outline how some of this does continue into the ZKVM space. So ZKVMs, you don't need to know about ZK, but there are still problems inherited from ZK that can affect your application and lead to serious issues. And secondly, ZKVMs are new, so these problems can manifest in new and surprising ways that may be subtle and hard to detect. So let's start with what is old and new. So let's look at some vulnerabilities that are inherited from ZK directly. In traditional zero-knowledge applications, we have lots of things to worry about. We have under-constrained circuits where the proof that we're generating may not actually prove what we think it does. We have inconsistent witness generation where our program that we are running is not actually producing something that will match the constraints and might lead to denial of service. And then we have a host of other problems, like our proof might not be bound properly to a nonce and could be replayed, allowing people to reuse an application's input for a second exploit. We might have missing input validation. If you remember from the diagram a little bit ago, we have that secret key that is mapping our program into the public output. We need to make sure that all of that input is used properly. We can have privacy leaks. Even though things are ZK, there are ways that information can still be publicized on accident and then leveraged by attackers. And finally, we have our good old logical errors. People when they program, sometimes they don't do it right. They have bugs in the system that can be exploited. Now, ZKVMs are going to fix two of these problems for us. That's great. We don't have to worry anymore about soundness bugs. We're relying on the ZKVM to handle all the ZK. And we're also relying for them on witness generation. So they are going to provide for us the witness that is then used by the prover. However, all of these other attacks can still manifest, and let's look at them in a little bit more detail. So the first thing I want to talk about is missing input validation. Generally, we have some inputs into our program that we are not going to publicize. That's part of what it means to be a private application. Typically, these inputs have actually very complex relationships. And as we move to ZKVMs, the relationships are going to grow more complex. So what might this look like in practice? If we imagine we're using, say, a RISC-0 Steal application. So if you're not familiar with Steal, Steal is a type of library that lets you interact with blockchain state inside of a ZKVM, so from some historical checkpoint. Typically, this is going to have the following workflow. We're going to start by fetching data about our historical checkpoint. This might look like block hashes, a header, data from the storage tree, the actual accounts that you want to run. Then we run our guest computation on this input and produce a public output. And this output is ideally only going to tell the users where we ran our code, as well as whatever application level public output we want to provide. So this is going to include maybe the block number, the block hash, the configuration that we use to run the actual library. And the on-chain code is responsible for making sure that the checkpoint that we ran our application on inside of our ZK VM is actually a checkpoint that happened in our blockchain. So this is actually some historical point. Ensuring that these checks are done exactly is critical for making sure that your application is secure. So any relationships which must hold between the state tree and your block header all have to be recomputed and enforced inside of your ZKVM application. Anything here that's missing is going to lead to a serious bug. And we'll show later what this might look like concretely inside of a ZKVM. The next thing I want to talk about is just a little bit more simple. So the other kind of common thing from this list that I said we might still have to worry about inside of ZKVM applications is privacy leaks. And this is very simple to understand. So we might have some private input that the user expects to be private. And at some route, it's traced through our program and output onto the chain. So this is a silly example, right? But we are able to take anything that is posted on chain and use it to learn information about the data. So if we look here at what this might look like, okay. Let's keep moving. So let's look at what this might look like inside of a ZKVM. Okay, perfect. So we have some checks that need to be performed inside of ZKVM to enforce these input validations mentioned earlier. These are normally enforced via crash. So what this means is if your program throws an error, then our proving workflow will fail. So we won't be able to produce a proof that verifies. This means that very simple, small changes in your code can have critical implications. So what does this look like? Here's an example again from Risk Zero Steal. The top line here might introduce a vulnerability into your code. The second line here is safe. So what's the difference is the unwrap. If we are taking a contract, invoking it at some prior historical checkpoint, and then relying on checks inside of, say, a view call to fail, we might expect that this will cause the checks will be enforced on our guest program and we can then safely continue. But we need to actually make sure that the ZKVM guest program itself actually throws an error, and return values like this can be easily forgotten. So this is both downside and there are some positives. We can rely on compiler tags like must use to make sure that checks of this form are enforced automatically. The other thing I'll mention here is that we bring in a whole lot of new code into our ZKVM applications. So we can rely on lots of new libraries like REVM or Alloy to avoid rewriting code as it goes through. However, these libraries can also have bugs themselves. So even things that are very stable over time may prove to have problems in the code that are then introduced inside of the ZKVM context. So this includes even programs that you are very much used to using. Okay. Yeah, I think it's stuck. Okay, the last thing I'll mention very quickly is one last place where public information might leak or generally input validations might be lost. This is in library configurations. So one more thing that comes with complex applications is that the configurations themselves can be considered inputs. So this means that things that you are not aware of may need to be committed, and you have to be very careful to understand exactly what is reaching the public output from your ZKVM application. So last code I'll make you read, I promise. There's a very small difference between these two usages of SP1's contract call library. One of them executes a call and takes the result and commits the output from that call. So if you've grabbed a price, it'll commit the price. The other commits the entire return values. It turns out here that the entire return values, this public val is struct, is critically important and includes the additional library configuration that will anchor your program to the specific checkpoint at which you executed this code. So returning just the return data is actually going to allow someone to submit a proof with an entirely different checkpoint or an entirely different history and simulate as if the returned contract output was something that never actually happened on chain. Okay. This has been kind of just a very quick overview of how some ZK vulnerabilities have worked their way into the ZKVM stack. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to talk later. You can also find us online at either our website or on Twitter. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you so much to the Veradice team for the keynote presentation. Coming up next, we have a fireside chat with Andy, who is CSO at Horizon Labs.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, Andy. Thank you so much for being here
Thanks for
today.
having me.
Yeah, of course. I'm wondering if we can first start off with a brief introduction about yourself and your role at Horizon.
Sure, okay. So I'm Andy. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Horizon. Been in this role since the beginning of this year. Before that, I had my own DeFi startup building kind of automation and execution tooling across different DeFi protocols. Before that, I was in Bitflyer, the Japanese Bitcoin exchange. And then, you know, if we keep going back, I spent some time in finance, but originally like robotics and mechanical engineering. So I've done the kind of the tech and then the fin, and then sort of landed in fintech. I've been in crypto since about 2013.
Nice. So you've been here for quite some time already. And I'm curious to hear, because you are focusing more on the strategy part with Horizon, I'm very curious to hear if you see any kinds of current trends with how ZK projects are scaling nowadays, or what components are really crucial for ZK projects to become more mainstream, for more users to adopt it. And especially from Horizon's position, I know Horizon has a few different offerings, first with ZK Verify, and then also with your guys' L3. So just on top of that, how do you see Horizon also uniquely positioning itself within the ZK landscape?
Wow, okay, that's about 5 questions in one. I think I'll just take a step back and talk about where I see kind of the vision for like the internet first, and then like how verifiability and ZK maybe fits into that. So I think many of you will probably agree with me that the internet in its current form is basically dying. I mean, you know, I just went to like look up a recipe the other day, and like it was just bombarded with ads and videos sliding out of nowhere and cookie banners, and then you have to slide right to the bottom to actually get to the information I needed. So that's like all this like slop and like AI generated content. I was really like, it's nothing like the internet of 10 years ago. And then on the other thing I think that's going wrong is like there's just doubt everywhere. Like just the kind of the points of doubt that you experience that I think we've normalized. For instance, you know, when you're booking a flight and the price like suddenly jumps up because you've like refreshed the page and you doubt whether that's fair. Or you're like on a hotel booking site and you're about to book a room and it says like, oh, only one room left. And then you sort of, you know, doubting if that's really true. Or you might be doing some online poker and you like lose 27 hands in a row and you start to doubt whether like the algorithm is actually like being randomly fair to you. So I just think the experience of the internet is like just going super downhill. And there's sort of two like trends driving that. First of all, like the business model of the internet is still very much like, you know, traffic at any cost. So it's just leading us towards like, you know, rage baiting us into clicking on things, and we're getting like the same content generated over and over again, like, and, you know, normalizing repetition. Maybe like instead of like 100 different blogs about the US midterms, like that gets rewarded, whereas all the kind of the actual really interesting, unique content gets kind of downplayed. And I think like with the advent of blockchain and AI, we're going to see like two major shifts that kind of lead into the ZK stuff. So the first one is like the business, like with the rise of like AI, we're going to switch from like search engine to answer engine, right? You've all started using Google, and when you type in a search, you get like a Gemini summary at the top. It's like super useful. Like as that takes off, there's going to be no need to click down to like the 10 blue links and like go to other pages. So, that's going to really like when we start using answer engines instead of search engines, then the traffic currency disappears, the ad model revenue disappears, the ad revenue model disappears, and the way that we treat content will like completely change. So that's the first thing. The other thing is, I think the infrastructure will completely invert. So when we talk, like, what do I mean by infrastructure inversion? So the classic example is like when you had the first cars appearing on the roads, like with horses. At the beginning, they were dealing with like cobbled streets, like cambering, like, and famously the boys wearing the red flags in front of the car. And the cars had to deal with like creaky old infrastructure before eventually the roads were like reinvented to be like flat and pristine and like designed for cars. And I think like pivoting now to like the ZK, I kind of feel like that's where we are now. I think as verifiability gets in more demand, it's going to start with demand coming from people who will like not settle for some of these points of doubt that I mentioned, whether it's like pricing unfairness, algorithm discrimination, and bias. So, but for us, it's kind of like a luxury, and we can afford to wait for the infrastructure to catch up, right? So as things develop, people will like slowly demand more verifiable experience. But for AI agents, it's all or nothing. You can't have like some things which are verifiable and some things which you have to trust any more than you can have an agent that has to wait to open a bank account before it can start transacting online. So, the new technology for now is kind of forced into the old infrastructure, but like soon enough, the whole stack will need to invert, and then the old technology will come into the new verifiable infrastructure. And so there's going to be a ton of proofs coming from that. Proofs at every interface, whether it's proofs of like ID, proofs of reputation, proofs of capabilities of these agents. And verifiability is very important, and verification is very important. There's like so many smart people I've met here. Everyone's talking about proof gen. There's like a lot of like really smart people working on proof gen, but at the end of the day, verification really matters. So like, that's the sort of problem that we're focusing on right now with ZK Verify.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you mentioned the real need for verification and all the steps that, say, an agent takes. And we can't have a scenario where it's like, oh, only half of its actions are being verified and the other half we're just going to trust. It needs to be fully verifiable. I'm curious to hear as well, especially when you mentioned the current state of the internet as you see it right now and all of the, say, AI slop that you've been seeing. I'm wondering if we can also tie this to content authentication, and which was a major topic in some of our previous panels from earlier today. Wanted to hear your perspective as well on just using ZK or any other kinds of verifiability mechanisms to authenticate the content that we see. Any other kinds of use cases for verifiability in addition to these agents?
Sure. Yeah, the content thing is really interesting because, like I said, right now, all of the algos are optimizing for like sort of popular mainstream content. And if you're somebody that's writing about, I don't know, like best pizza restaurants in Anchorage, Alaska, right, you're not really getting monetized for that. You're not really getting rewarded. And the incentives are much more geared towards let's just write yet another blog post about the midterms. Whereas if that business model changes and it's no longer about traffic, but more about like uniqueness of data for these LLMs, uniqueness of data goes from being like a fringe topic to like something that really has a premium. And it might be that if you had the choice between which LLM to subscribe to, you would rather have the one that has like more unique, more sort of fringe data because it's going to give you like a richer answer. So suddenly, the person writing about pizza restaurants in Anchorage, Alaska, has like a much more monetary premium on their content. Now, when publishers realize this, I think there's going to be a swift and hard pushback against like free scraping of these algorithms. And you know, it's going to be the model's going to switch completely from like revenue for eyeballs to like revenue for uniqueness of data. So I think a lot of this data is going to go dark, and a lot of it is going to be sort of verifiable as in terms of this was like authentically written by a real person and it's true about these like fringe topics. And you know, the AI companies are going to become like these sort of their dominion is going to now be paying for this content and not just like getting it for free. So uniqueness and like verifiability of fringe and useful sort of localized content will become a real shift.
Do you have any thoughts on how we can go about with democratizing compute, or say democratizing the proofs that can be generated? So if we were to say have a proof be attached to any sort of action that needs to be verifiable, how can we ensure that it's not just, say, a couple of those big players who have complete control over what kinds of proofs get generated for what scenarios? Do you have any thoughts on how we can maybe envision ourselves in a more democratized setting in the future?
Yeah, super interesting question. I think the funny thing about AI is it's kind of like quite a centralizing force. It's sort of maybe like the incentives are there, the efficiency incentives are to like for everything to be centralized, whereas like we want things to be like decentralized, right? So in terms of sorry, was it content you were asking about?
Or like just democratizing compute. Or
Yes. So with compute, obviously, like right now, we're seeing a lot of sort of proven networks like ZK proof generator is like being distributed. We've got like loads of deep-in projects doing like, you know, deep-in networking, deep-in storage, deep-in compute. But right now, they're never going to be, you know, quite as compelling and competitive as like the giant data centers that these like hyperscalers are building. So like ideologically, we want like distributed and like provable, verifiable like other stacks. But you know, it's hard to see how that will take off when Facebook can afford to build a brand new like nuclear power plant and co-locate it with massive data centers. So, but I think what will happen is, as AI demand continues to exceed the build out of these data centers, there will be a need for like sort of surplus. And at the same time, as we heard in a previous presentation, like trusting that if you like run an LLM query one day and the answer you get back is kind of, it seems like it came back too quickly and maybe the answer was a bit lower quality, but you're paying for like the pro subscription, like you start to doubt, are they feeding me the right model, or are they panicking because they've like hit peak demand of their data center and they're just like quietly filtering people into like the cheaper models? So yeah, I can see a situation where under these kind of spikes in load, the hyperscalers or these data centers will have the ability to sort of reroute to other sort of decentralized networks, whether it's compute or memory or indeed like verification and proof gen.
So we can anticipate more of like the rerouting for different types of options.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
And just as a last question before we end today's session, I'm also curious to hear if you have any kinds of thoughts on how verifiability will also be tied into privacy as well. And I know Horizon's focus, especially on the layer 3, is a privacy first or privacy centered design. So do you have any thoughts on how we can, say, balance privacy with verifiability in the next stage?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to some guys from the Ethereum Foundation yesterday, and they were saying that they want to be neutral, right? They don't want to kind of have sort of half privacy, like privacy where, you're not quite sure whether it's private or not, but at the same time, they don't want it to be like cypherpunk, like everything is private, like, and there's nothing else you can do about it. So they want people to be able to like opt in to privacy if they need to for certain use cases. And I think that's a good model because it's compatible with like compliance and like other like sort of pragmatic use cases where you want to have privacy, but like selective privacy or like opt-in privacy. You want to be able to still like, meet your obligations to the regulators. But people that do like have these kind of hybrid use cases, they do want to know if if they have indeed been enjoying privacy this time, or whether, if you think something's private, then you do want to verify that your data hasn't actually been accessed, or it hasn't been shared, or it was private between this point and this point, but it was maybe this particular thing was shared. If we can verify that you're only sharing the things that you want to share and everything else is private, then I think that's really key for the industry to take off.
Yeah, absolutely. So anticipating more uses of selective disclosure, so users can opt in what kinds of data say they want to be revealed or what they want to be kept private while keeping a regulatory compliance
Exactly,
in check.
yeah.
Got it.
And that's kind of what we're building with the new Horizon protocol.
Nice.
Yeah.
And thank you so much, Andy, for this conversation. Really enjoyed this kind of macro level perspective that you have.
Great.
So
Thank
I appreciate you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, thank you, Andy. Thanks so much, Andy. Next up, we have another keynote by Ghana, an ecosystem director from the StarkNet Foundation. So thank you so much, Ghana.
Thank you. Hey everyone, GM. Woohoo! Okay. So yeah, my name is Gyan and I work as the ecosystem director at the StarkNet Foundation. Today, my talk is going to be slightly different. Throughout the day, you're going to be hearing a lot about privacy, about Web3 and the intersection of AI and all of these subjects. But I wanted to take these 10 minutes, 15 minutes, how much ever time I get on stage, to actually just, get you curious and thinking about how does it all impact in the real life, right? So the title of my talk is Solving Global Challenges Together. So just to, help you zoom out a little bit and look at what are some of the challenges in the impact space that you could solve with the help of this technology, right? That's what my talk is going to be all about. And I hope that every other talk that you attend through the day, right, be it hardcore about tech, be it about some type of specific use case that is built at the intersection of AI, Web3, adding some ZK proofs or privacy concepts to it, I hope everything inspires you to think about what problem can this actually solve. And that is what I want to talk about today, right? So let's get started. This is my Twitter. If you want to follow later on, just happy to also have a conversation, have a chat if you're interested in this subject. Okay. And what am I going to cover today? I'm going to go, I'm going to sort of go in an evolutionary way. That is looking at some of the problems, and I've chosen UN SDGs. So SDGs are Sustainable Development Goals announced by UN. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, most of which could utilize some solution at the intersection of AI x Web3, right? So I'm going to take this talk in an evolutionary way. That is, I'm going to talk about how AI could solve some of these problems, and then how Web3 could come in when we are talking about verifiable intelligence, right? Verifying whether this particular AI algorithm, these particular set of AI agents, are they actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? Are they actually solving the problem? And then towards the end, I will introduce a little bit of what are some use cases where privacy or ZK proofs could potentially make the difference when it comes to, identity, let's say, for example, or several other problems in that domain, right? First, to give you a bit of context about UN Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs, these are the 17 problems that have been, or 17 current global problems that UN is set out to solve. It's a wide range of problems that ranges from, trying to solve poverty, trying to bring equality. The fifth is women empowerment, quality of education, better health care, better food and agriculture systems, smart cities. You have a bunch of different, whatever real life impact problems that you can think about exist in this chart, right? So if you just go and Google UN SDGs, you will find all of these 17 problems. And then you can hear that I've just put a few problems and how AI can sort of come in and, what could be some urgent solutions where AI could be impactful. So for example, climate action. AI improves climate modeling, right? And some of the best practices over here in disaster management. You could train AI models to predict disaster management early on in countries and cities that are frequently affected, let's say, for example, by earthquakes, right? Reduce inequality, so AI can help identify and address systematic issues in this space. Quality education. In remote areas where you can't get quality education, you can build AI tutors to be able to go and provide that, so everyone gets equal access to, quality education. So these are some of the examples where, AI could come in and build some urgent solutions. Where am I supposed to point the clicker? Okay, perfect. And here are some things that you can think about when it comes to AI applications. So from climate to healthcare to learning to crop monitoring. Interestingly, this AI crop monitoring is something that's already happening in parts of Argentina, right? So there are like a lot of drones that have been circulated and that are monitoring the quality of crops and that are monitoring the best practices to farm the best yield for those crops, right? So precision agriculture for yield optimization, where food security, for example, is a problem, right? Educational inequality, one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work. So you can have AI tutors adopt to individual learning styles. Limited healthcare access. Healthcare is a huge problem globally, right? And not everyone has access to good healthcare. So you can have remote disease detection via telemedicine, which is slowly picking up. And you can see that just given the current global conditions, some of these solutions really start to make sense, right? As to how you can start building these solutions for problems that are existing in the world. And some of the numbers that we have got, right, is that when you actually enable or help AI to enable these targets, you fare much better. For example, between environment, economy, and society, you can see that there is a high increase in, say, about 60%, so 30% to 93%, about 40%, and roughly about 50% in the societal numbers, right? Now that we have seen a bit about how AI can actually solve some of these problems, let's look at how Web3 can make it even more impactful by adding the verification part, right? So we are here to talk about verifiable intelligence. Now, where blockchain can actually come into picture is, let's say, decentralized identity, right? So when you're thinking about centralized AI control, that's where you can have elements of decentralized identity, you can have federated learning, right? And you can have distributed control where Web3 comes into picture and sees what the AI is doing, and it doesn't make sure that there's just one AI agent which is acting roguely. Immutable recording, that's what we all started, Web3 with. You have one single ledger, right, on which the changing information is very, very difficult. That's why we call it immutable. So you have the transparent ledger over here, so tamper-proof data, on-chain model registries. And then this is very interesting, zero-knowledge proofs. I'm sure you will hear a lot about ZK and privacy elements through the day, but how can they actually help in real life, right? So when you're trying to verify the outputs of these AI models, you can have verifiable computation, which is what layer 2s like Starknet are actually doing. We are bringing verifiable computation, where you can verify that certain information that came out of these AI models is actually correct. And then you have tokenized governance. Actually, on this, I wanted to share something very interesting. UN recently announced 2 governance bodies for AI. The names are very long, so I wrote them down. But if you want to Google them, they are Global Dialogue on AI Governance and Independent International Scientific Panel on AI. And governance is one of the most biggest and solid use cases of blockchain, right? So decision making in these bodies can actually also be supported by decentralized governance, which is where Web3 can come into picture. You have decentralized AI, security and privacy, some very key aspects on Web3 that can impact these, AI decision making. And last but not the least, when we say verifiable computation, right, a lot of these elements require a lot of personal data, right? Because you are trying to solve problems at scale. When you're trying to solve global problems, you can't solve them with just something, just a small amount of data that you just populate in a bit of Excel sheet and, you're able to take decisions. If you want to take a decision based on for disaster management or climate change, you need like TBs and TBs of data to process, right? And some of this data could also contain personal elements, which is where we have to now start thinking about privacy as well. Now that we have elements or we have tooling by different Web3 components, let's say we have blockchains that are bringing in privacy tooling. We have, for example, Starknet that is, we are going to be working closely with Zcash, Aztec. All of these are bringing elements of privacy. So now we can think about how we can protect the personal data of folks whose data we have to train these models, etc., right? And verify them, of course, on chain. So think about, you can have differential privacy for sensitive information, especially things like which are associated with farming and agriculture. So you can have some elements of privacy where, you don't exactly reveal the numbers, but you can verify that the output generated by the AI agents was still correct, right? Opt-in data sharing, so, let's say if you want to work on gender inequality as one of the sustainable development goals, right? You would want some sensitive data, right? It can be opt-in data sharing. That is, it's used only for the purposes of training, and then you kind of, delete it and move forward. So privacy does not only mean complicated tech, but it also means how you can ensure that the data that goes to the AI is only used for the model training. Once the results are out, you are able to kind of, detach from it and move on. And that private information is no more in that circle anymore. Privacy by design, you will hear about privacy preserving ML as well, I'm sure through the day, right? Some of these is what you can use while, helping train the AI models. So, the idea is to build integrated design systems, right? If you're just thinking about Web3 and AI in silos, to be very honest, the only use cases that I've heard of Web3x AI are automated trading, where DeFi bots are just, placing some order. There are AI agents that are placing orders on your behalf, and it's like, it's automated. There are agents that are talking to other agents, etc. But nobody is actually thinking about these global problems that you can solve at scale with this tech. And this is why I kind of wanted to introduce this subject today. So if we build integrated systems that are a combination of blockchain verifying AI data and bringing in some privacy wherever needed, we would be able to solve problems at a global scale. So two example problems here are decentralized AI for climate action and healthcare access platform. And organizations like UN are heavily investing, right, in trying to solve these kind of problems today. So if this is something that's interesting to you, I would say definitely look it up, do your research, and I'm happy to help as well. Last but not the least, I personally got into Web3 because I feel like this technology can be harnessed for building something good. And that's why I chose to deliver this keynote today, despite me being a technical person and having delivered a lot of tech talks before. But I wanted to choose this subject because it's close to me, and I feel like it's about time we start thinking about solving these problems at scale. When we have the technology is already matured enough to do it now. So AI offers powerful tools for addressing some of these problems, but requires careful implementation. And this is where Web3 can come into picture, where it provides some level of verification and accountability to this massive data that that AI consumes. And we have the tooling to add some privacy protection mechanism to it. So we can also include that. And all of these could, bring together to have some, cross-sector collaboration, equitable access. And yeah, I just want to end by saying, like, I really love this quote. Let's build a future where technology serves humanity's greatest challenges while respecting fundamental rights and values. Yeah, that's my time, guys, and thank you so much for listening to me. Any questions, or even if you guys want to chat, have some interesting, problem statements in mind that you would like to work on, I'm happy to support just otherwise. And even at the StarkNet Foundation, we are more than happy to discuss if you're interested in solving certain problems as to how we can support you from a protocol perspective. Woo! Okay, thanks everyone. Have a great day.
All right, thank you so much. Right now we have our third panel for today. This panel is on X402 and agent-to-agent payments, the internet's native value layer. So for today's panel, we have Thiru, who's a DevRel at Metis, joining. We have Ben from Veradice and Xiaohong from Pi2. And also Armand from Veradice, Armand from ZK Verify should be joining us as well. So Armand, if you are here, oh perfect, Armand is here. All right, so now we have everyone. Okay, sounds great. So as some more context for this panel is focused mostly on the opportunities that come with X402. So we'll be discussing how requests, proofs, and receipts can move through this flow, and what must be verified at each step, as well as how privacy and compliance can coexist together. So I'm wondering if we can first start off this discussion with an initial round of introductions. So we can start with...
Hey all, I'm Arman. I'm the solutions architect for ZK Verify. And I'm currently crafting a lot of new solutions around ZK with our ZK Verify chain and Horizon chain as well.
Hello everyone. I'm Tidu. I work as DevRel at Metis, and we are building. I'm Tidu. I work as DevRel at Metis, and we are building the AI infrastructure for building end-to-end for AI agents with DATs, our own token standards, and also infra for X402, which includes GMPR and Create AI, which I'm excited to talk about. Yeah.
Hello, my name's Ben. I work at Veradice. We're a blockchain security firm. We audit up and down the software tech stack, and are also working to actively develop lots of automation tools so that developers can keep their code secure on their own.
Hello everyone, so I'm Xiaohong Chen. I'm the CTO of Pi2. We build a decentralized payment network for humans and for AI agents. And we are very obsessed with speed and performance, so we put a lot of effort into maximizing throughput and minimizing the latency. And as a result of that, we end up with a very interesting technical solution that is not a blockchain. We call it a facet network.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm wondering, just to give some initial context for our audience, if we can discuss about some of the main opportunities or advantages that X402 has compared to some of the other payment protocols that exist. So we can start off with you, Armand.
Yeah, sure. So the new protocol X402 is kind of an extension of the already 402 payment code that we had, and it kind of makes it easy for agentic payments and it has been kind of linearly integrated with blockchain systems, thanks to Coinbase and other facilitators who have brought this whole ecosystem around. So it has been quite easy to make agentic payments with that, and so it's kind of enhances the whole process of micro payments, which we have been talking a lot. So in Web3, from the start, we have been talking a lot about micro payments. All these new L2s like Base and Arbitrum Optimism, they have been promoting a lot about that. And with X402, we are just seeing the next phase of it, where you can basically put your APIs or agents to work with some kind of micro payments inbuilt on that.
as you mentioned, it does power. The major key points of X402 is mainly scaling the micropayments and like reducing or removing the human intervention in respect to the payments need itself, because the upcoming AI economy needs the AI agents to create and transact with each other, and that's only can power through X402. And with the X402, the agent-to-agent payments is really easy, as well as it can able to create values with each other. So that's what like really exciting about X402.
Yeah, I think kind of more on the security angle of things, what I'm most excited about is just getting specs in early and really thinking about this problem from the beginning in a structured way as a community, rather than having people kind of roll their own solutions that lead to lots of problems down the road. So having the opportunity to make sure that things are clear and well specified and secure in a problem that is often kind of hard. You can make an analogy between these agent payments that are working on APIs that are off-chain with some of the problems that might come up when you're dealing with bridging between chains. So there's a lot of design space on the security perspective that it really helps to have something constructive and clear written down.
So I want to bring up another perspective, which is the user experience, right? So as Thiru says, so I think really this X402 makes agent-to-agent transaction much easier, right? So it really opens the door to agentic payments and also to micropayments. And I think that's, I think that really put a challenge on the underlying payment network, right? So because I think we're seeing a new area where there can be a huge amount of transactions, right? So like 100K TPS is nothing, right? I think the demand of 1 million TPS, even more, is there, right? So really the question is, are we ready, right? So is Web3 payment ready? And I have to be frank that blockchains, based on how their basic consensus protocol works, they may not fulfill, right, the demand of this super high TPS. And somehow I think there is this very interesting misconception where people think of Web3 and crypto, like Web3 and crypto, they equal blockchains. But actually they're not, right? So blockchains are just one mechanism to do crypto payments. And I think there are ways where we can even do more than blockchain offers, where we can really maximize parallelism. And I think that will be very much needed if you really want to realize this dream of micropayments. Because otherwise, yes, we have X402. It breaks a lot of obstacles, right, in this autonomous payment workflow. But if the underlying payment network is super slow, it has a very high latency, then the user experience is going to be not great.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the main use cases that come here are especially within micropayments and limiting the kind of the human-to-human interaction and instead enabling for autonomous agents to complete these actions. And as you also mentioned, Ben, there's that kind of community aspect too, because we're all working together towards this protocol, as opposed to say like having everyone concentrate on their own thing. And then as you mentioned, Xiaohong, even if we think about blockchains in general, they're just one kind of mechanism for achieving this, but there's other solutions out there. So appreciate all the insights made from our panelists. And I'm wondering if we can also dive in to some more detail about the requester and also the like responder dynamics. So is there anything that an X402 request should include to be kind of safe by default without having to trust the caller? And at the same time, before fulfilling a request, is there anything a responder should do to verify in order to avoid situations like a double charge or some other kind of malicious intent?
So when we talk about these, the spender or the requester of the service and the responder of the service who has the service to give back. So when we talk about this, the requester, when it generates the whole input to send to an API call for this agentic payment to start with, it starts by just making a normal API call, and he gets as a response back the payment details which we need to make. And then when the requester makes it's kind of a unique ID with each kind of request we make. Along with that, what kind of tokens we want to send, for the amount of tokens, which chain we are sending, all of those. And then at the end of it, we also have the signature for it. And also, as similar as how we handle nonce in the blockchains, that's a unique ID for every transaction. we do the same out here as the requester also sends an nonce with each transaction it wants to make. And coming to the responder side of things, obviously there are a few checks that he needs to make, that if the requester has appropriate balance or not, which is trying to send, for example. And then the facilitator also needs to do some kind of off-chain verification of things. And making it more complicated or making it more production level, we need to also have compliance checks onto these things as well. So responder or facilitator needs to also do a compliance check based on the wallet address of the requester to say as well.
And in this like request response workflow, there's also like something that requires to be checked, which is the expected response. The expected response and the payment workflows are done, and with having this paywall being removed and the expected response, it's supposed to fulfill the request. So this has to be like this alignment has to be solved in like a DAO kind of way, where any APIs or any like agents that provides the service through this 402 had to be moderated in such a way that not like it's not like misused in such a way that without having like experience or like use this particular service, they would not know like what the response would be. So there's a like a solution that is required in such a way that the response will be like moderated, and they make sure the request is fulfilled in a right manner.
Yeah, I think safe by default is definitely what we want, and something that's going to be very challenging to develop over time. So the concern about a double spend attack is kind of as old as blockchains. This is the whole reason we have consensus algorithms, to make sure that somebody isn't giving two different servers the same type of signed payment ahead of time. And there's a lot that needs to be done. So if you are accepting as a server a signature for a transaction, you really need to either accept that sometimes those payments aren't going to go through, or you need to have some sort of additional information or leverage over the person that is requesting this and sending you this sort of pending payment. So this is a great space for KYC approaches, or especially to rely on on-chain solutions where contracts can provide you some kind of temporary escrow. The other thing that I'd really think needs a lot of thought and examination is in the payment scheme itself. So as much as possible, we want the signed transaction to be bound cryptographically to this specific request in a way that is privacy preserving, and also so that the server doesn't conflict with itself. It's very difficult sometimes to manage nonces correctly, or to track if somebody is requesting multiple services from your server at the same time and trying to get one payment credited for both. So making sure that we take sort of a hash everything approach is, may sound like overkill, and often takes a lot of care to make sure we're not ruining performance. But taking advantage of structured hashing techniques and the lessons we've learned from prior signature-based payment systems is going to be critical. The last thing I'll mention is just that dealing with these AI agents is something that's very dangerous on both ends. So you've seen research recently with like these MCP protocols where prompt injection can be a serious issue, right? The X402 payment does include a description from the server. So that is a new angle where somebody can feed in prompts or instructions to AI agents that may lead to problems for you. So making sure that we are very careful to understand what data sources these AI agents have interacted with before they even get to the request stage is already going to be a challenging problem that needs to be faced.
I totally agree with Ben on the double spending, right? So one of the most fundamental critical issue, and actually that is why we have consensus protocols and so on. If you look back in history, right? So Bitcoin had this idea of, we need to prevent double spending, and how can we do that? Well, let's have a total ordering of all the transactions everyone ever makes on the network. And that's a way to avoid double spending, because once you spend a coin, right, you cannot double spend it again, because everything is total ordered. And later, I think Ethereum, right, so they took the idea and they generalized on the programmability side, right, so they make it Turing complete and so on. But on the consensus part, they still inherited this concept of, well, I have to have a total ordering of all the transactions on my network so I can prevent double spending. Okay. Well, the problem with that vision is it puts basically a global lock on the blockchains, right? It's a bit irony in the sense that we're talking about a decentralized system here, but we make it, we let it run a consensus such that it behaves as a world computer, as a single-threaded computer. So it's like, you have a full decentralization, but with hands tight, tight. So the interesting here is 5 or 6 years ago, right? So there's this amazing scientific results showing us that you can have a mathematically sound payment system with no double spending without such a total ordering of transactions. You can have a payment network where validators do not even need to talk to each other, let alone saying that they have to agree on a single load of all transactions. But you can still have a very sound, robust payment network without double spending. And that really maximizes parallelism. So that is I would say it's one of the major fundamental breakthrough on the consensus level, right? So it really opens the doors to Web3 payments. Why? Because it unleashes the capacity of TPS, right? So by allowing payments to happen spontaneously and in parallel, I think that's really the future where micropayments and agentic payments are.
Absolutely. So you see some opportunities with parallelism here. And from the other panelists, you guys mentioned for the facilitators the need to be compliant, but then also be moderated. And then, as you mentioned also, Ben, we can take some of the prior lessons that we've learned from the signature-based protocols, but of course there's some new considerations that we need to make with these agents, for example, with the prompt injections. So all of these points are really great, and yeah, I appreciate you guys for making them. I'm also just shifting this conversation towards ZK. Curious to hear if there's any kinds of opportunities where ZK can further extend X402, like for example, any kinds of privacy preserving but verifiable payments. Say that you want to conceal the sender, the recipient, or like the amount that you're trying to send, or even in cases where we can not have these trusted central facilitators be involved, like say Coinbase, and instead provide a more verifiable way without having to have this third party. So very curious to hear from your guys' perspective if you see any kinds of new opportunities where ZK can further extend this protocol.
Yeah, so coming to the ZK side of things for something like X402 or the agentic payments, there are 3 main broad scopes I see out here. First is obviously the compliance side of things. As I told, the responder or the one who is providing the service needs to do a compliance check, because now it's maybe not a big scale out there, but once we grow big out of our bubble, governments will obviously try to enforce the compliance on us. And it similar to how blockchain tries to handle compliance with ZK KYC through ZK passports. We have new ZK ID cards coming up, so similar to Anon Aadhaar in India, and Bhutan's NDI card as well. So with all those new ZK ID protocols coming up, I see a very growing phase into agentic payments as well, where alongside the payment, we also request the ZK details of the KYC, that you are not in the OFAC list of US, for example, that you are eligible to do this transaction and you are not a blacklisted address. And the second broad scope of ZK out here is similar as how we see private payments in blockchain growing day by day. There would be also a need of private payments in agentic AIs as well. So every agent, as we see in further, maybe have IDs out there, but maybe the agent owners don't want to leak which API or which agents they are talking with, for example. So there will be a whole new scope of privacy preserving talks between the AI agents, where we talk with each other but privately. We make API calls without exposing which agent I am, but I can say that I am agent A with this reputation score and I'm eligible to make this call. And the third is obviously the facilitator. As you told, it's a centralized service right now, and we need to make it more foolproof. And there are many ZK protocols and ZK frameworks which can be helpful out here. So Brevis as a co-processor is a very good example and can be fruitful in some parts of the facilitator frameworks as well. So as we grow further in the space of agentic payments and X402. I see compliance, privacy payments, and then ZK-based facilitators coming along very soon.
So those are really good points, and especially with respect to the agent payments as well. And agents, of course, have wallets if they want to like do the X402 payments, and having wallets for the agents, and these wallets also need to have the privacy for the transaction, because it also have the scope of getting like vulnerable attacks, especially with the agents are also run through some other LLMs. So there's a like a security vulnerability. So especially to solve that, even the GMPI that built by Metis, we use the ZKM for the facilitator, and which also helps to minimize the trust and also makes it the decentralized fashion. So in order to reduce the vulnerability for agents having wallets, the transaction had to be private. So if a particular service knows that this wallet have this much of fund, there's a higher possibility of it get exposed or compromised through some injection attacks. So these are like really inevitable features that is required, and we at this point I don't think we have any solution that solves it end to end. Yeah. So this is something we are looking forward, and especially with respect to solving the privacy for agent's wallet. Yep.
Yeah, this is a great question. I completely agree is that the identity is a huge component of what ZK can bring to this system in a way that's going to make the whole thing safer. Making sure that you are interacting with somebody who has not already been attempting to avoid making payments, who is on sanctions lists, making sure somebody isn't trying to use your X402 server as some kind of relayer for whatever attacks, making sure that you in some way can be positive of this person is not a malicious actor is a great role that ZK can have without completely ruining privacy. I think the payments is actually very tricky, right? Because right now we have these kind of to and from addresses, and just being able to see that, for example, there's very high traffic to a particular address might give you information that you don't want to leak about how successful or not your server is, right? If I'm running a X402 paid service, I maybe don't want my competitors to be able to know exactly what's making a lot of money, or that maybe I'm stalling out right now and I'm trying to figure something out. So making sure that not just the addresses are obfuscated from somebody, but actually using a private payment protocol is going to be essential to keeping that kind of information off of the chain.
Yeah, I also agree that privacy is definitely a big thing, right? So, and this is where the ZK technology can really help. I think actually it's a shame that I speak last, because this is a topic I'd like also to hear opinions from the other panelists. I see two angles we can push here. So right, one is to start to build in some of these ZK features, privacy stuff into the X402 protocol itself. And the other is to kind of delegate it to the existing services, right? For example, there are blockchains and payment networks like our Facet and Zcash and so on. They do have this shielded transactions, so they do have this privacy protection built in. So in a sense, X402 can follow a simplistic design, right? It does not need to have any of this ZK functionality built in, because that would make the protocol a bit more complicated. So our team, we've been integrating X402, and it's a very smooth procedure, and I think that really shows how good a design the current X402 is, because it's very simple, right? If we start to add ZK at the protocol level, my concern is that, one, it adds a complexity that maybe not everyone needs, right? I totally understand there are use cases where privacy is a must and so on, like the compliance proof, and also this shielded transactions, identity, and so on. But there could be many other cases, especially microtransactions, right? So I just want to transfer the money, right? So the faster the better. And if we start to add in ZK components, that's a necessary component. That I think will inevitably increase the latency, right? Because the ZK proof generation is much more expensive. So I'm not sure, right? So I think we have both directions open here. But in my view, I would like to see at least things. It should be like option, right? So you can opt in, and if you want to get more privacy, or you can pick the fastest route if you care more about throughput and high TP and so on.
Absolutely. So we should offer users the flexibility to choose if they want to opt in or opt out to using ZK. As you mentioned, there's some use cases, for example, where ZK may not be needed if they say want to send these fast micropayments versus something where if it's privacy preserving or compliant or anything identity related where ZK may be needed, then users will have the option to say like opt in and out of service. But thank you so much for all of our panelists for joining us on this discussion today. I think this is the first panel as well with the main topic for X402. So hopefully we can have more panels like this in the future. And appreciate, again, all of you guys for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of our panelists. Next up, we have a keynote, and this will be presented by Zane, who is CTO at Horizon. Hi, Zane. Oh, yeah, of course, yes. Sorry, there's some water on the ground. Careful not to slip.
Should I move some of this, or leave it?
You can if you want.
Testing. I can do cycle.
Oh, yeah, of course. So the clicker works best on the side? Yeah, connectivity issues. So sorry.
But when I click here or over there.
There.
There. Okay. Thank you. Hello. Hey everyone. I'm Zane, CTO of Horizon Labs and ZK Verify. Welcome. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about how AI agents can achieve trustless autonomy. It's ZK Verify's guide to on-chain negotiation. I'm excited to be here. The broad strokes that I'll go through are this backstory, the trust gap. I'll also talk about ZK Verify's case studies. The first case study being ZKML, the second case study being agent identities. And lastly, we'll summarize and have some next steps. First, a little bit of a backstory. You've seen a lot of the talks, panels here already talking about AI agents. The space is growing by a lot, and this ecosystem map is already out of date. It's already a magnitude bigger, and we're seeing agents everywhere. Not only is it in volume, but in terms of market cap in $1 billion, it's even from 2024, we're in 2025 now. It is a segment that's growing very quickly, and many of us know that. But I want to put a little bit of focus here on A16Z's most recent crypto report. It's from last month, October 22nd, and it talked about how crypto could solve many of AI's problems. The first one that I'll focus on is really around what is human and what is not, and also with all these agents having identities for them. So there's not only proof of humanity, but also proof of non-humanity. It is a key requirement to agent negotiation. And then we've seen the previous panel talk about X402, and this is just bolstering the case that crypto is the only viable, is maybe the only viable payment rail. So as agents multiply and work together, there is this trust gap, and that's a prevailing theme in the talks today. Whenever two agents interact, like the ones shown on the left, whether they're talking to each other, building something together, paying something, we are starting to see that the end user is no longer human. The end user are agents, and agents will initiate transactions, manage balances, and negotiate amongst each other. With all these billions of autonomous agents having transactions with every second, how can they interact without human insight? And that's where ZK Verify comes in. We're working to close this trust gap amongst agents, and I'll go through the two quick use cases around ZKML, which is broken down to inference and training. Inference is all around whether the agent has run the inputs that they said it would in the way that they said they would. And then training is about whether the model has been trained on the specific data. And then around agent identity, we want to push for a world where agents have a unique identity that's based on its internals. What is ZK Verify? ZK Verify is a blockchain that we specialize specifically on verifying proofs at scale. And the zero knowledge proof lifecycle is about creation of proofs, aggregating, and then finally verification. We focus on the verification side. Why are we doing this? We believe that it allows developers flexibility where they don't have to think about the proof types and writing verification code. There are new proof types that are coming out all the time, proofs that improve on previous proofs, proofs that are specialized for certain things, such as databases, and so we don't want developers to worry about that. We want to be the enabler for continued innovation, and it's also around cost efficiency. We want to specialize in a layer so that we can bring cost efficiency to verification, and we want to have verification results available for all different chains. So ZK Verify in a multi-agent world, we picture agents to be negotiating with each other, to be interacting, and we want ZK Verify to be the universal verifier for the agents and their interactions. It's also a tool that we can embed into agent workflows. This is ZK Verify right now. We are mainnet. We also have our testnet. We've verified a little bit over 6.8 million proofs. And this is our dashboard, some of the proofs that we support. Gross 16, Ultra Blanc, Ultra Honk, SP1, RIS0, FLONK, Plonky2, proof of SQL. And so I'll just go into two quick case studies on how ZK Verify applies to agents negotiating. The first one is around ZKML. We heard about Coinbase Agent Kit 402X. And then identity. This is another view of the case studies. We view ZKML as this like base that allows us to build on top of it. It is the base building block for trust and where AI, verifying what AI is doing. And then above that, agent identity. So first, agent negotiation and ZKML. We've heard a lot about this. This is Coinbase's agent kit that was released quite a while ago. It enables agents to interact with each other through the blockchain network with wallets, on-chain actions, and that flexibility. This also shows that agent-to-agent payments are already underway through their interactions with each other. And I know in the previous session we talked about micropayments with AI agents. This is the 402X protocol, which allows for better payments to happen on-chain. It's much cheaper. The average fee is way lower than credit cards, and finality is faster. These are some trading agents alive and well in the world right now. Krill 3, using algorithms and deep learning. We have also ASCN.ai and Shrimpy, and it's growing more and more. And so I want to talk a little bit about ZKML. It stands for Zero Knowledge Machine Learning. It really is around the two things that I mentioned. On the bottom is proof of inference, that the agent has produced a certain output given a specific input data. So this proof is generated each time that a query is requested, and it keeps input data and agent's internals private. And then on top of that, proof of training, that the agent has been trained with specific data. This is an example of agents negotiating. On the left, we have a user agent with various holdings, such as Zen, VFY, ETH, and their accepted risk level is a level of 5 out of 10, let's say. And what do they want to do? They want to work with other agents to get their job done. This agent manages the user's portfolio and wants to do it on a specific risk profile. And so that agent can choose between other trading agents after this ZKML proof has been verified. And you'll see that each of the agents are producing that proof verified by ZK Verify. And once that's done, we know that the two agents are roughly equivalent, and the user's agent can select based on the cheaper option. Right now we have EZKL, which is a proof of inference type. It's available on ZK Verify. Play around with it, and we're excited to offer it. Case study 2, I'll go through negotiation and agent identity. There's been a lot of research here around agentic AI and identity framework. This shows a more rich identity. Identities that are based on naming services, what their characteristics are, advanced cryptography. And a simplified way of viewing this is to say, hey, same example, and this agent now not only wants to verify that the other agents have that proof of inference, but we also want to select an agent that has reputation, one that has a specific identity that has been around for a while, has history, and so with that proof, the proof of ZK AI ID, then the user agent can select the right agent based on their credentials. So those were two really quick use cases, and just to summarize, that was the A16Z State of Crypto. We addressed two areas. It was around identity, agent identity, and then payments. The alternative view as the foundation of it, and how ZK Verify is influencing the multi-agent world. Come chat with us. We have a booth in the back. These are some of the things that you can reach us through: our website, our GitHub, our docs, and our socials. Thank you. Questions? All right, thanks everyone.
All right, just a last quick announcement. So we're doing the last session for the white paper reading club right now upstairs. We're discussing BitVM related to Citria. So yeah, last session. If anybody's bored and want to read more papers. See you.
All right, thank you so much, Zane, for the keynote. Next up, we have another keynote, and this one will be presented by Francois from Maiden.
Hello, everyone. Is everybody ready to talk about ZKML? The whole title of this event is about verifying AI. I really want to unpack a little bit what verifying AI, verifying intelligence means. Are you ready to verify intelligence and figure it all out? The guys in the back, if you don't mind turning it down for just 5 minutes, that would be awesome. All right. Let's see if this clicker works. All right. It turns out that I work at Maiden. Maiden runs a ZK VM. You might ask yourself, what is the role of ZK VMs for doing ZKML? I've heard of those projects doing ZKML, like Ezekiel and ZKML. There's one named ZKML. There's like dozens of them. There's a Deep Proof. None of them seem to be VMs. Like, what the heck? Let's unpack what the heck. And let's unpack what ZKML is in the first place. So, in 95% of the cases, it turns out that when people tell you ZKML, they mean proving inference. So proving inference is really proving that you've run a forward pass of your model. You take a very specific model, ideally one that you've otherwise committed to, and you run it to one very specific example, and you prove that the result, the output, is what you obtain by when you run that one example through your model. It's cool, but the only thing that it tells you is it tells you that everything happens as it was supposed to happen. Meaning, you get model provenance, you get guarantees that nobody has tampered with the model, you get guarantees that if you delegated running the model to somebody else, he hasn't quantized the model and divided it by 4 before running it and giving you an approximation of the results instead of actually doing the stuff. But basically, you have a guarantee that somebody that was supposed to do the stuff did the stuff. Is that valuable? Is that a use case? Is that something that I can take to a VC and get millions and millions of dollars? That's difficult to see, right? We're going to unpack it a little bit further, but surely there are companies that are getting millions of dollars, so surely they figured out something a little bit better. Why am I saying that this is a little bit limited? I'm saying this is sometimes a little bit limited, if that clicker works, is that there's a little bit of a reality check there that we need to have as ZK practitioners, which is there's this thing called TEEs. They're not decentralized in and of themselves, but they also happen to work. right? They will give you decent guarantees that your stuff, if you verify that the TE is running in the cloud and that the cloud provider runs in a data center and that the data center has a guy with a gun at the entrance. So they're not perfect, there's conditions, but they will give you something for about 1/10 to 1/100th the overhead of proving, right? That's valuable if you have a use case that involves very low latency. There's a pretty cool use case in the paper that I'm putting in there, which is 2 AI agents that are committing to use a cooperative model on a particular market. If you know about game theory, you know that cooperative strategies can get you better payoffs than betrayal strategies. You've heard of the prisoner dilemma, I'm sure. But here's the fun stuff. You don't have a guarantee when your counterpart is a human that they're not going to betray you. So you're a little bit afraid. Here you can get AI agents that both commit to actually be cooperative. Better payoff, more money. Here's the problem, you're trading. This is a low latency use case. For that low latency use case, the competition between TEs and ZK is pretty severe. So if we stay at proofs of inference, or if we're not very clever about defining our use case, we're not at a lot of value because we're gonna get beaten by those TEs. So let's unpack ZKML a little bit more. In about 5% of ZKML projects, you're going to hear about the dream. And the dream is proofs of training. Ideally, proof of training LLMs and foundation models. Now, it turns out that some people have done proof of training. There's like 2 papers in that are examples in there. They are not projects. All the projects that I've named so far do not do any proofs of training so far, yet. But the potential is really cool. Now you can have stuff such as data integrity. You can prove stuff about the data set on which a model was trained. You can prove that you haven't violated IP, for example, or that you were or were not using a database of scanned books that were scanned illegally. This is a hot topic among foundation models at the moment, if you're in the know. You can prove that you've trained the model with fairness, that you've balanced categories, so that your model has a certain quality. And then if you're in Europe, you care about GDPR. Suddenly you have a right to erase your information, right? Including the information that has been derived from your record and put in a model. So you would like to take a trained model and then make it unlearn that particular example and then prove that you've respected GDPR by making it unlearn that particular instance, that particular record. This model has been retrained without Bob's information. But I have bad news. Look, the backward pass of those training examples is a lot of computation. It's not impossible to make a proof of the backward pass. It is just a lot more work. And because it is a lot more work and the overhead of ZK hasn't gone down, that don't get me wrong, there's a tremendous amount of progress in the performance of ZK, right? The teams that have been working on this have done a tremendous job, but that tremendous job has not broken the 10x barrier yet and is very much unlikely to. So that backward pass is much more expensive. And small detail, this is not about whether we manage to do it at all, this is about opportunity cost. Now imagine you're a startup, you have a model, it's valuable, you're training the model, it's your model, right? You have unique data, unique weight, you are like hand grinding your own thing. Here's the problem. That training that model, if you're making money off of it, is the single biggest line on your CapEx. This is the thing that is driving your costs. Now, if I give you about half of your CapEx back, I give you 50% back. Whatever you spend on that model, I give you 50% back. You can you can get a better model by training on more data or on better data, or you can make a proof of your training. Which one are you going to choose? You're going to choose getting a better model that has better performance, right? I mean, you're not insane, right? There's a very clear, obvious line today between better performance of your model and the bottom line that's gonna get you more dollars. And reminder, you're a startup, you like more dollars. You're not an academic lab, which means even at 1.5x of overhead of proving, we're likely to lose to the cost, to the opportunity cost. So, are we doomed, right? We give up, close it down, focus on something else, right? I hope I'm going to show you and convince you that we're not doomed, but we have to be super smart about the use cases. And being smart about the use cases means that we have to figure out where it makes sense. Where it makes sense is in the adversarial environments where proving either training or inference has a point. And I would say that one of those, and another requirement of all of this, is giving up on the mentality that bigger is better. Bigger is better is the mentality of people training frontier models. ML is used throughout society. It's a very, very small minority that trains frontier models. Turns out a lot of people, in particular your bank, is in general working on very small models that have nothing to do with LLMs. They are not NLP engines. They are, so by and large, if you are in Web3, you care about transactions and finance. Turns out you might have heard about AML, anti-money laundering, and counterterrorism financing. Turns out the models that drive this on a regular basis and that your bank uses, they're not simply verifying that the person involved in, the people involved in a transaction are not in a blacklist. That's not enough. They do that, yes, but that's really not enough. That's not ZKML. This is a relatively simple ZK proof. There's no ML. Set membership, not exactly a machine learning thing. And they're not LLMs either. They're relatively simple models. This is about running inference through a gradient boosted tree. If your bank is extra fancy and your transaction looks extra fishy, they're going to run through a graph network to try to find a network of people that are colluding together in a network of financing, right? All of those models are a heck of a lot smaller. Now proving inference is something we know how to do a heck of a lot faster. Also, you select which transactions go into that pool based on rules. So it's only a small portion of transactions that even touch those models, which means that the latency cost that you're paying is very likely to be very relevant. So, in other terms, what this means is that it becomes feasible to prove to somebody else that the private transaction that you're selling them, hiding sender, recipient, and the amount, is a transaction that has run through an AML pipeline. So now you prove that you're compliant. If your application has compliance requirements, that becomes quite interesting. Please. Pretty please? With a cherry on top? Can I get a clicker that actually works? Is the clicker in the room with us? All right, we're gonna have to do this without the slides. That's gonna be more interesting. All right, we wanted use cases. I'm gonna give you a second use case. Turns out that would be really, really nice to have a clicker. So it turns out if you have another use case is for proofs of training. If you are interested in analyzing a model, you have a big model, it's already trained. There's a range of methods in ML that can actually tell you interesting things about those models. They are in the domain of a very famous conference these days called FACT, Fairness, Accountability, and Transparency. The goal is to interpret the actual work, content and work of the model. Now, here's the interesting part. What those methods rely on is training a small surrogate model on the outputs of your big model. So I take a model from Joe. Joe gives me a model. I want to analyze it. I am training a very small model that takes the output of Joe's model and then tries to figure out if I perturb the input, if the model answers with something different. And then I perturb the input in another different, yeah, there we go. That's what this looks like. So I have a picture where I'm trying to figure out if the picture is a frog or not, and I'm trying to figure out how my model is actually making those decisions. Which part of the image is tipping off my model to tell it that it's actually a frog. Here's the fun part. The original model is a convnet, convolutional network. It's completely uninterpretable. You see the way there's no idea for why it's making that decision. Except if I train this little surrogate model, I can give it little parts of the image. Oh my God. Okay, that clicker is busted. So you saw my little thing about the frog. The idea is I can perturb that model, analyze the perturbations, figure out what the model is telling back when that happens, and finally get an idea of whether my model is looking at the mouth of the frog to detect whether it's a frog at all. All right, complete mess out there. Don't look at the slides. Okay. Common point between all of those interpretability methods. Here's the common point. They are not resistant to an adversarial setting. They train a teensy tiny model. If the operator that trains the teensy tiny model is dishonest, they can make the interpretability method say whatever they want. And here's the value for a proof of training. The models they train are absolutely tiny. They're less than 1% of, less than 1,000% in the case of LLMs, and they're black box methods. They work on any model. There's been a lineup of publications. You will definitely see it in the slides that will definitely be shared after the talk, obviously. There's a line of publications where, at the moment, you can get fancy ML papers in an ML conference by breaking somebody else's interpretability method by showing, hey, if I'm an adversarial operator, I can twist your interpretability method to make it say whatever the heck we want. We can solve that. We have the cryptography for it. We can bind and handcuff the operator to behave honestly in every way, which means that those interpretability methods that are black box and privacy preserving, they do not reveal the weights of the model, are something you can impose on somebody else. Which means if you want to force a foundation lab to prove to you that their model is not biased against a particular class of people, you can actually force them to. You can tell them, hey, run that ZK proof. They're going to need a lot of work, but at the end, you're going to get a honest proof that their model is not biased against, take your favorite class of people, orientation, gender, whatever it is, right? Now, why is this interesting? This is interesting because the economics change. You are not doing proof of training on something on the order of the cost of training the model. You're doing a 10x on something that is on the order of 1,000th of the cost of proving the model, right? So suddenly, it's the cost of the ZKML operation overall is 1% of your capex. 1% of your capex to get the benefits of proving starts becoming interesting. You're proving the interpretability. And it becomes very interesting in a regulatory environment. Okay, now I'm going to go really fast on the second part of my talk because I've been slowed down a little bit. But so here's the idea. How are those problems tackled today? The rough idea is that those problems are not treated with ZKVMs. They're treated with circuits. And the goal of these slides was to give you an intuition for why. Basically, there are things that ZKVMs do is that they expose to you a computation model. They give you a bunch of instructions. And then you have to give me instructions and I make a proof of them, right? That's the contract. You have the instructions, you have a program you want to execute. ZKVM, I ingest your instructions, give you a proof of them. The way that I do that is not through magic, it's through interpreting your instructions one after the other. It is necessarily constructed. You give me an algorithm, meaning that in the prior slides, we were looking at the left here. Meaning if you want to do a square root, you give me an instruction that calls a square root and I run through Heron's algorithm. Here's the fun part. There's a thing that circuits can do, but ZKVMs cannot do. We do it internally under the hood, but just to interpret our instructions, not the thing that you're going to come up with, which is to figure out, oh my God, which is to figure out non-determinism. That is, you will declaratively interpret what your result is. And there's a very strong argument for why those methods will be forever. Here's the argument. The instructions that we rely on an everyday basis all rely on that non-determinism, all of them. What I mean by this is we like to make proofs about crypto. Here's the fun part. Pairings, You might have heard of pairings, BLS 12281, really important to do proofs on crypto if you're manipulating blobs, right? Making those proofs rely on accelerating pairings. How is accelerating pairings done? It's done through Novakovic and Liam Egan's latest work on skipping the final exponentiation of the pairing. Meaning, instead of constructing the results, you ask the prover to give you the result and you check that it's true. It's exactly like the square root. It's a heck of a lot faster to ask for the square root, square it, check that it was the original, than to run through the algorithm that comes up with the result. That is true of pairings. That is true of matrix multiplication. Freival's algorithm is used in ZKML on a routine basis. Elliptic curve arithmetic is all the same. And we've all discovered all of those in 2024. Meaning, long story short, circuits are forever. You will, as a ZKVM user, always have a user that comes up a year after mainnet when all the instruction set is done and saying, yeah, I've discovered something revolutionary. I've been extremely creative, and that unlocks an entirely new use case for ZKML, which means you have to plan for it. And planning for it concretely means you have to expose custom chips. You have to expose the ability to, for your user, even if you are a ZKVM, to come up with their own circuit implementation. Now it turns out we, doing ZKVMs, very often think a lot less like mathematicians and a lot more like compilers, and optimizing compilers at that. There's a bunch of folks that are thinking we should apply optimizing compiler methods to take in a bunch of instructions from the user that are constructive and then think really hard about optimizing them better. I've worked on compilers. I can certify you that in 10 years, all the compiler methods about optimizing those instructions will not come up with the non-deterministic methods that we're seeing in the field today for foundational instructions that we manipulate on a regular basis. So that's key, that's strategic, it's a key lesson. ZKVMs that are built to allow those ZKML use cases, as is Maiden, need to have this opening for precompile and for even more generic recursive methods of proving. We have put that in Maiden. It's present in our latest release. We have our precompiles and the ability to late bind custom circuits. It's really cool. It's been fun work, and I've been very happy to present that to you today.
This is busted. Yes, this is the...
It needs at least a new pair of batteries.
Okay, I'll let them know. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, Francois, for the keynote. Next up, we have another fireside chat, this time with Ben from Veradice, who was previously on stage quite a bit, and also Stefan from ZKM. And the main topic for today's fireside chat is going to be about ZKM's audit using the help of Veradice. So we'll be exploring all about the details relating to that. I'll pull some chairs. Oh, thank you. All right, thank you both for joining us for today's fireside chat. Very excited to dive into all the details behind this, audit. So I wanted to first ask the main motivation for this audit. What were both teams looking for? Like, for example, on Veradice's side, I know that in completing this Zyron audit, Zyron, just for some context for the audience, is ZKM's ZKVM. But you guys were building a complete verification pipeline along the way. So wanted to hear more about first like the motivation behind that, and then what was accomplished during. And then also on ZKM's side, this is the first step that ZKM is taking towards formal verification. So wanted to hear from your side as well, Stefan, the motivation for completing this audit?
All right, yeah, so thanks for having us again. On the Veridice side, we are very involved in ZK security and interested to make sure that the systems people are using to build out their ZK applications are secure. And increasingly, it seems that ZK VMs are the path through which people are going to do this. So we were very excited to get to work with ZKM and on a project like Xiren that is tackling this problem with its own chosen ISA and looking at it from the angle of making sure that we can take the common security things we've learned across our work from our history of working in ZK and apply them to make sure that the ZKM tech stack is as secure as possible. So with this particular engagement, one thing that we've learned over time as we've worked in ZK for several years is that there are different approaches that work better for different things. One of the most severe problems we see, I don't have the exact statistic with me, but I think something like over 90% of critical bugs in zero-knowledge circuits comes from under-constrained constraints. And this can be as simple as just forgetting to include a constraint, or as complicated as taking a very highly optimized polynomial that the developers really think only has one solution, but actually has two. And even though these sound like small things, this can allow an attacker to insert often completely arbitrary information into the middle of a program. So this is kind of maybe a good analogy to traditional security might be like remote code execution, where all of a sudden something that you didn't expect at all to be happening is going on in your machine. And so we have put a lot of time and effort into making sure that formal verification is not only present in systems like this, where very small errors can have very large consequences, but available to developers in a way that scales and doesn't require constantly bringing in domain experts. So Picus is a tool that we've developed and that we have been now worked to entirely verify the determinism of ZKM's circuits. That was kind of the main goal of our engagement here. And this involves making sure that we can automatically translate from ZKM's representation into something that Picus can take in, and then making sure that we can actually formally verify that these under-constrained circuits are not an issue. And then I'll add in too, this engagement is not just scoped to cover this particular issue. It's a very holistic approach where we are also combining it with manual review to make sure that the critical logical problems that might appear in such a system are mitigated and checked for. And even fuzzing on the flip side to make sure that we have the resilience and don't have to worry about DOSing our applications whose witness generator might not match the constraints actually implemented by the system. So a very long answer, but I think appropriate for a very holistic and deep dive audit.
Yeah. And for, I think for ZK VM or any infrastructure toolings or systems, security is the number one or the top priority things. Of course, it's same for ZKM. And we have built, focused on building the ZK Zyro for, I think, about 3 years. So basically, this is the first time we audit the Zyro. And yeah, why? First, the system is very, very complex. No matter the emulation, constraint system, proof system, and the pre-compilers. So basically, even we are the developers, we're developing it for so long, we still cannot make sure, every component is secure. So that's why we need the audits. And for the meanwhile, we are keep changing the system. So that's why we think manually audits is important, but the automatic auditing is also very important. That's why we need some like a formal verification and a formal verification workflow to keep track of the potential bugs or risk in our iterations. Yeah, so basically, we find websites, we find packers, and packs is extremely easy for us to extract the constraints from our Zyro system to your formal verification platform, and it gets the results of the verification results automatically. Okay, so basically it can make you as comfortable about the further iterations, refactories, or architecture modifications. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you both. And it's really great to hear from your side, Ben, about the holistic kind of approach that the Verdice team takes when doing these types of audits for all the projects. And just on this point as well, to my understanding, Verdice also had to create this custom verification pipeline specifically for ZKM's audit, just because of some compatibility differences between Xirin, which uses Plonky 3 based circuits, versus Verdice with Picus having a different IR compatibility. So curious to hear more about how the team approached with bridging this gap in terms of the compatibility differences, and how this informed how the team made that custom verification pipeline.
Yeah, that's a great question. So if you get into the business of analyzing ZK circuits, one of the first things that you'll find is everybody rolls their own. That's not entirely true anymore, but especially several years ago and still today, people use a wide variety of different DSLs, different expression languages to express their circuits, even though many of the core kind of fundamental tips and techniques and tricks that people are using are the same, just represented differently. So there were sort of two things that were really important to us at Verdice that led to the development of our own entire formal verification framework. The first thing, both of them are actually motivated entirely by accessibility. So the first thing is that everybody should have access to security tools that work on their system. And so we've actually developed out a middle layer called LLZK for the compiler folks in the room. This is a pun on LLVM, which is basically an intermediate representation at which we can perform analyses, but is still broad enough to capture the types of behaviors that ZKM's Xirin project, for example, behaves. So the first thing that we did, with this engagement is work on a translation from the Plonky 3 circuits into this LLZK. So we spent a lot of time working to understand what is common across different applications to make sure that this middle layer can readily accept new types of representations. And then the second thing that is really important to us on this accessibility front is that the developers have access to formal verification tools that they can actually use, right? So, the ZKM team, we just heard, they've spent years developing this project. Is when an auditing firm comes in, they have a limited amount of time, they have less context. The people who are, in a sense, best equipped to find bugs and improve their system and iterate quickly are the developers themselves. And so making sure that instead of, like many firms do, focusing on things like interactive theorem provers that require a domain expert in the loop and leave you stuck with this contractor that you're always asking every time you change code, we wanted to make sure that our formal verifier was using technology that could be run even inside of a CI/CD pipeline, where developers can iterate and update quickly without losing those security guarantees that they obtained from the formal verification process made during the audit. I think I'll mention one other quick thing just on a slightly technical note. A lot of the actual effort that goes into building these translations comes down to essentially some labeling of what are inputs and what are outputs of the system to make sure we can understand exactly what it means to be under constrained. So this is something that during the audit we spent time with Xirin system, looking at function calls, how lookups and I/O are implemented to make sure that we correctly classify different things as inputs and different things as outputs, so that the formal reasoning engine is checking the correct property.
Got it. Yeah, it's really great to hear that Verdice put a lot of attention into developing its own in-house tools, especially those that are very developer-friendly, like for Picus and for Audit Hub as well. And even, as you mentioned, kind of that middle ground with the LLZK, so translating from, at least in Xirin's case, those Plonky 3 based circuits into a more compatible IR. It's great to hear that you guys have the tools, or the flexibility of these types of tools to do that. And Stefan, on your side, I'm curious to hear as well if you have any kinds of insights on some of the trends relating to formal verification, because nowadays there's quite a lot of ZK VMs in the market, and a lot of them are looking to also become formally verified, at least some parts of their stack. So I wanted to hear from you if you see any trends in terms of where we are for formal verification, and also what's the need for ZK VMs in general to be formally verified, especially at a time like this where we're seeing ZK VMs reach production level use cases, like for say real-time proving. So just wanted to hear about your general thoughts on formal verification.
Okay, yeah, I think a simple answer would be because the ZK VM is too complex. And of course, for any infrastructure in the Web3 or even Web2, we should spend a lot of efforts on the security because it's publicly accessible. And, and another point, to be specific, for Zyra, actually we are building on the MIPS infrastructure. And for MIPS infrastructure, we have about 64, currently maybe 64 OP codes. And we also maintain the entire tooling, compiler and the toolings. So that means we have a lot of, we are much more complex, both on the emulation side and arithmetizations. And meanwhile, we maintain the compiler. We also may add a new OP code in the future, or remove some OP codes in the future. So basically on those, situations, we need some automatic tools to audit or to check if we break some rules, policies about regarding the security. Okay, so that's why I think from day one, we are thinking for some formal verification solution for the Zyra to guarantee its robust and soundness. Meanwhile, I think for myself, actually, I did something with the formal verification maybe 7 or 8 years ago. And when I was designing some smart contract system based on the WASM, at that moment we already used the WASM-based formal verification tools to verify the systems. So I just want to say from day one we built the ZK Zyra. We want to make it secure, make it be verified by formal verification and other atomic security tools. Yeah.
Yeah, so from the start, there's always that intention to have Zyra be security first and eventually be formally verified. Got it. And also very curious to hear from both teams' side, after the completion of this initial audit, were there any kinds of learnings or takeaways that the teams had? So maybe we can start with you, Ben. Anything that the ZKM team specifically had in terms of, after the audit was completed, you guys have any kinds of like key takeaways or key learnings from the experience?
Yeah, so working with the ZKM team has been great. We are set to release the audit soon, so hopefully people will get a chance to read that in the near future, and we'll have kind of more clearly encoded takeaways. The main thing that we really kind of got from this engagement is that when we switch out, the instruction set, there are many people who might be concerned that this leads to some sort of security issue, or it could have some sort of non-standard approach that makes it harder to analyze. And going into it, we were very interested to see whether or not there would be bumps along the road in terms of how easy it was for us to analyze this both programmatically and manually. And I don't know how much of a takeaway this is, but it actually went very, very smoothly. So, translating our kind of approach from one ISA into another really had no issues, no problems there. So that was a great thing to see as we went through the audit. Another thing that we're just excited about is that we were able to go through and entirely prove, at the audit version of the code where we were working, we were able to create versions of the circuit that did verify soundness. So we were able to completely eliminate that class of bug from the ZKM code base, which was a great achievement and required a lot of hard work from both teams.
Yeah, for us, as we said, we always focus on. We think security first for any infrastructure. So yeah, we are very glad to do the formal verification on the Packers, and it's more like make us more feel more confident about the future iterations. Yeah, and during the audits, I think we WebDAS found some issues, both from the constraints, also from the pre-compilers, especially the syscalls, some from the syscalls, and we found, and for those kind of issues, actually it's. I would say, yeah, we sometimes we don't really be aware of that. There would be some vulnerabilities behind that, and of course, for some we know maybe there are potential risks from there. But with the help from the WebDAS audit team and the Packers, we finally can. Not only find it, but also we get some solution to fix it, and yeah, that's a very happy. I would say a very happy journey, yeah, to get it more secure and get us more confidence about the future. The future iterations. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great to hear. It's also good to hear as well what you mentioned, Ben, about even with the difference in the ISA, like. Zyra is using MIPS, and a lot of the other ZK VMs that Veridice has audited before are RISC-V based. You didn't see any kinds of particular issues that came just from using the differences in the ISA. So that's good to hear as well. And just as a last question before we close today's session, I'm wondering what's next in the roadmap? Any upcoming milestones that will come for this collaboration, and any sort of either technical challenges that you foresee coming up, or any other sort of opportunities as we continue this collaboration?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I'll kind of just talk about what else we can do with Picus. In this review, we focused on making sure to identify and then verify the removal of any of these under constraint bugs, and then the manual component and the fuzzing as well to cover all sides of the project. One thing that we really like to do as well, following reviews, if developer teams are interested, to run these analyses inside of even CI/CD. So this is something that allows teams to develop, change the code, try things out, work on better performance, and all the while stay within that safe domain, which means that by the time they get to another audit or security review of a component, there is no additional risk from that type of vulnerability class. And another thing that is available to us that we've been building out in Picus is the ability to prove more arbitrary post conditions. So right now, much of the work that we've done is focused on this most important critical vulnerability, but we can also prove that circuits conform to an exact specified behavior, where maybe for a specific circuit we want to say, oh, this implements the add instruction exactly in this way on exactly these registers, and that's something that over time we can build out into post conditions that can be proven automatically with SMT.
And for Zyra, currently we have audits the arithmetization, emulation. And of course, we have more components inside Zyra, like the proof system or the pre-compares, and we will keep working on that with the Packers CI/CD flow, yeah, as Ben mentioned. And Yeah, and meanwhile, I want to say another phrase, that's sustainable security. Actually, it's not from the audit itself, it's from another, from another product, Gold Network. We say sustainable security. That means we have, of course, yeah, I use the term, but actually it's different meanings. For that one itself, we use the formal verification package CI/CD to make sure our future coding change are robust and keep the proof system, our ZKVM robust and soundness. But meanwhile, we also want to, do some end-to-end audits for the entire system, maybe in the future for the for proof network, for proof system, and even the hardware acceleration code. Yeah. So I think we have a lot of iterations over the ZKVM now and in the future, and for the audits and for the security, we still put it on the top of a priority for us. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very great to hear that there's still a lot more developments coming up, so a lot more points of collaboration between the two teams. But it sounds like it was a very successful, at least initial stage for verifying the determinism of some of Xiron's circuits. And yeah, I hope to see more things come out of this collaboration, but appreciate both of you for coming in and sharing us some insights about what happens under the hood during the process of an actual audit. So appreciate both of you guys for the insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again to Ben and Stefan. And should we take a, yes, Stefan, do you want a photo? Okay, next up, we have our last panel for the day. This panel's topic is user data privacy, dignity, preserving AI by default. So we have Root, who is a DevRel engineer at ZK Email, who will be moderating this panel discussion. So please welcome Root and all of our panelists.
Here? Yes. All right.
So, hi everyone, I'm Ruth, and we are going to talk about whether privacy is an essential requirement for AI. We will specify what must be proven to ensure purpose binding, data minimization, and resistance to inference attacks. We will map where zero-knowledge proofs, attestations, and TEs each apply preferred commitments over raw logs, and align controls with clear retention and erasure guarantees. So to start, I wanted to refer that right now, over the internet, by default, we share a lot of data without even realizing, especially when interacting with AI. So my first question for the panel is, what must be provable at minimum for privacy by default to be real?
Hey everyone. So to start with this conversation of privacy alongside the basic standard needs of what needs to be private as such. So we firstly talk about the identities, right? So we have been in the normal blockchain or Web3 space as such, we have been talking about privacy preserving, KYC, identities, and all those things. And as we move into the world of agentic AIs, where agents try to do everything for us, they try to do the trading, they try to do the DeFi, and micropayments and all of those. So I think having an identity for each AI agent, as the whole topic is, and having privacy preserving ways to validate the concerns of an agent, or like the computational boundaries of an agent, or what kind of inputs it's a stake in, all of those. So those are the by standard, the default thing, I guess, which we should be trying to achieve in the agentic AI side of things.
Hi everyone. So I kind of agree on this side. So about the ZK KYC and stuff. So I think so ZK in start itself provides the privacy, though it is not fully decentralized, because right now we don't have the computational power and it is quite expensive to do everything on chain. So I think so even you guys are doing off chain and proving it and then bringing the proofs on chain. So I think like the first, when we talk about the micropayments and everything which we are looking at right now. So every transaction which is done for anyone who is doing it on chain brings a certain transaction or an address. But if it is fully decentralized, privacy focused, or maybe if the proofs are generated off chain and the on chain proving is used a privacy method, so that time we can actually hide all these data and we just know how many users have clicked it, how many users have approved it. So that is the first major focus why I think so. Not now, but in future, everyone will be using ZK either in-house or they will be using ZK outside. Like, I don't know if ZK Verify is providing it, Boundless is doing it, and there are many other providers who are providing you ZK proof. Now coming to how we are looking into the privacy matters right now based on AI, because initially when all the AI data was trained, like LLMs and stuff, it was trained on a basic model where there is a human who tries to train the data with all the raw data which comes to it. Now FHE and others are trying to get it solved where you provide X plus Y is equals to Z, but you don't know the components, but the answer still comes to Z thing. So when this encryption works on the data side, so how it works is whenever I provide a X amount of transaction which goes into a pool, that pool brings out a value certain which goes into the blockchain without disclosing every information, which is actually also important just not for the AI, but also for the RWS. Let's say if I'm not a citizen of US and I want to buy a property in US, so either I have first option, I get a proof via passport and stuff, or there is another, which is like ZK KYC. I have a proof, but still it is under the regulations right now. But this can be a major use case where we just don't focus on the AI or the inference side, we focus on the real use cases.
Yeah, to that point, I think you don't get to have total privacy, even with CK, we use AI. Because simply, I mean, at some point the LLM needs to know your query, right? So that gets to the cloud, that gets in plain text, right? Interpreted. What you can do, the best you can do when you talk about the LLM is to make it auditable as much as you can. So anyone who gives permission to use the data in a certain way, or didn't give permission, say, hey, I want my data to be private, that entity, for example, OpenAI, they can prove to a regulator that they only trained the new model using data from customers who voluntarily say, yes, I'm going to allow it, and that no one that says no, that data is not included in the data set for training. Because if you want really final privacy, you need to run the models locally, which is very expensive to run LLMs. But you can make it much more auditable. So this proof can help in that process, because before you train, you can run a CK program on top of the data and verify, okay, all this data is actually, the permission was given before it goes to probably a TEE for training or inference. That's the best you can do these days because of the performance. And I also think that it's really important to have a decouple of the cloud provider of the AI and also the client that you use to interact with it, right? Because if you want to give permission, ideally you want to sign that consent in a certain way that you can put it on the blockchain, at least the root of the consent you're giving, so it can be independently verified as well outside of a company like OpenAI.
Yeah, I think first we need to say privacy is important for everybody. especially when we use chat with like ChatGPT or other LLMs. When we want to book some like flats or maybe hotels, maybe we don't want to expose too much privacy, so we need to protect it. And regarding the approaches, as we already mentioned, maybe ZK, maybe TE. Actually, I would have some other thoughts about this, because when we interact with the big large language models, actually it's really hard to apply TE or ZK. ZK is, even I'm doing ZK things, but I have to say it's not practical today. Yeah, so maybe what we want to protect our privacy means we don't want our text or conversation or our prompts and response are not bounded to specific individuals. So like we can use some like de-identification or some other anonymity techniques over there. Yeah, so that would be maybe more practice. And get back to TE and ZK, I think TE is more like for the integrity of the computation, because maybe everybody heard about that, maybe 2 or 3 months, there will be another vulnerability from the TE, no matter SGX or other TDVM or other TE hardware. So for the ZK, of course, it can be used to protect the privacy today. But yeah, of course, if we still need to consider, the scenarios. So for the training or inference of the AI model, so it's really hard right now. Yeah, so that's my point about this.
I think it's a good point. Like, what are we supposed to do with ZK for privacy? Like, even if we had like a super performance ZK prover, which we don't, right? You can prove that a model was trained in a certain way. That is not privacy. You can prove certain inference was done in a certain way. That is not privacy. It's all about not just integrity, but just knowing the provenance of the training, the model, of the inference. But even you mentioned the TE. I mean, it's something you can do. It's not invulnerable. We know it's not, but at least reduces the circle of trust that is required to operate.
Okay, interesting. I wanted also to expand a bit more on this topic on ZK versus TE, and how should they be applied in each case, and state like some boundaries between both specifically.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. So I have been working on both ZK and TE side of thing along with ZK Verify. So we have recently even partnered with Fala and Secret Network for try to expand our reach with TEs, with more AI agents and all of those things. And when I see the most amount of defection, kind of the boundary among ZK and TEs are the computational level. The amount of computation that you can do inside ZK is kind of very minimal right now, and like it's very time taking and all those things. When you want to do a large amount of computation, and if you need real-time inferences out of your computation, TEs are the way to go right now, at least, because we don't have a very scalable ZK backend right now. We do have a lot of fast-proving methods, but none of them are close to what we want to achieve till the point. So TEs are kind of leading in that. Coming to the AI side of things with the agentic AIs and all this side of things, so we know there are frameworks like EasyKL, Giza Tech, who have been trying to make ZK ML frameworks, which converts your machine learning models to ZK circuits, to say. But again, that's also has a boundary of computation. You cannot convert an OpenAI model to a ZK circuit using that, right? So maybe some niche ML models, like if I want to make an ML model to scan my face or to do some small trading, maybe that's fine. But if I want to do some real-time trading, or if I want to run a full ChatGPT inference, then T is the way to go. So maybe that's the broader framework of difference. If you want to do like less computation but a really strong cryptographic guarantee, then obviously ZK is the way to go. But if you want real-time inferences and some large computations, T's are the way to go for now.
Awesome. So, specifically from my side, on the Manta side, if you all know that initially Manta was launched as a parachain, privacy focused back in 2021. That time everything was like fully private on chain. So let's say if a asset is bought from other chain into Manta ecosystem, so that can be transferred, used privately without knowing how it is used. So that was initial start, but then we got to know about Tornado Cash. Manta was based out of US. So we shifted from the privacy, fully private, to a ZK proof narrative. Right now we are majorly focused on the narrative side of ZK rather than just privacy. But now we have a new use case, which is about the pay by using privacy. So let's say if the government of US, North Korea doesn't allow you to use privacy preserving payment system, so a user or a B2B SaaS model can use a KYC model which is proved by ZK, and then that people can use PayFi on a private matter. So let's say if a bank which doesn't want to disclose the data for their users, what they are doing right now. Let's take an example of a Swiss bank. Swiss bank doesn't want to disclose anything. Swiss bank can register under the KYC. They can use the PayFi with the anon addresses, which is not published fully on chain. Proving is done off chain, and only the final proofs are submitted on chain. So this is how the ecosystem is initially started. I think so right now even banks and institutions are looking into the privacy and how we can sustain the ecosystem first with the B2B models, then to B2C, because it is more about the adoption, but it also comes with the regulation issues. So to work with the regulations, to support them, if it is private, so it might be difficult to convince the governments as well that it is private and we can't submit all the data. But if we actually generate some proofs with the help of T's or maybe ZK or maybe FHE in future, so that will be the time when we can have a B2C models as well. So right now it's majorly focused on the B2B side, payments, infrastructure, maybe DAO, treasuries and stuff, which people doesn't want to disclose right now outside. So that is the major focus for us.
I don't have any specific really to say. Could you repeat the question again?
What are the big difference between using TEs and zero knowledge proofs around AI?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all based on or where the trust is. Like a CK is fully mathematical, so you don't have to trust anyone. You just have to trust that the math checks out. But with a TEE, you have to trust the manufacturer of the device, and even that, anyone who's physical access to the microchip, we know that in theory they can also break it and break that assumption of security, right? So CK is better, much better in security. It's just the performance is not there yet, even though we have improved like 100x in the last couple of years.
Yeah. I think first of all, I know some projects right now, they are using the TE to do the model training or model serving. Yeah, that's okay, I think. But from the privacy perspective, I think we should care more about like our unique identities. So that's where the ZK can help here. I know a lot of like wallet projects or social login projects that they use the ZK, yeah, especially the on-device proving to protect the individual's privacy. Yeah, that's would be very helpful, I think. And my point about maybe the boundary to use TE or ZK is very clear. That's if you want to protect your privacy, use ZK or use some other like FHE or MPC techniques. If you want to achieve the integrity or want to protect the integrity of your program, yeah, T is okay.
Okay, yeah, it totally makes sense. Now to finalize, and I just wanted to ask for you to just briefly mention one policy change that you would implement in 12 months to make dignity preserving AI by default.
Yeah, so like as the first policy would be most probably having identities for AI. So all the AI agents right now, they don't have any identity of its own. So it's kind of an untrackable ecosystem out there. Anyone can just copy the same agent and try to do some bad stuff as well. So maybe having each agent having its own identity, maybe through a ZK way of generating a unique hash of each agent by hashing the layers also, that's also work. But we need to have a unique ID for each agent for sure.
I think so. It can be privacy data DAOs. So just like mixers in privacy, we can have a data for like privacy, like mixer for privacy data DAOs, so that every information which goes inside is a mixed, and we never know about the particular individual autonomously, but we know the general status on that particular thing.
The one thing that I will request is just every time a new model is being trained, I think the provider of the model should also publish of ZK or a ZK proof of where the data is coming from, and if they have the proper permission from the users, explicit permission, and verifying like these signatures and all that.
Yeah, I think you guys
covered.
Okay, that was a great chat, and we just finalize it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ru, and to all of our panelists from our last panel of the day. Coming up next, we have our last keynote of the day. We have Jordi from Polygon who will be presenting.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to do probably the shortest presentation that I ever did. Mainly because, I mean, in this right now, we are not doing anything related to AI, but we are doing a lot of things related to ZK. And actually, we are bringing ZK at super high speed. I mean, we are able to prove Ethereum blocks in less than 12 seconds. Actually, it's an average of 6 seconds with just 16 GPUs, which is, I mean, it's a good result, okay? And when the people ask me, and okay, how you can use ZK with AI? Okay, my story until now was, okay, yeah, you need a lot of power. With ZK, you need a lot of power. So if you want to combine both things, you will need power square, and this is something that it doesn't work. Okay, but let's do the numbers. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's use the last. So the best thing that we know in this, and let's try to build, I mean, let's say how much would it take to prove a query on an AI model, okay? So the first thing is, okay, what's an AI model? I mean, internally is what are you doing when you are doing an AI model, okay? And what you see is that you do a lot of floating point operations. Actually, here are the different models. I mean, we can start with a teeny one, and we can end up with a ChatGPT. I mean, probably the biggest one that we have. And here we have the list of them. Okay, you can see we're going to start with even less than 1 million flops, but you can end up to trillions or even more of flops that you need to do that. Okay, so. Floating points. You know, floating points and ZK, doesn't sound good, but we are lucky. Okay, maybe we can go to the next slide. And yeah, I mean, it looks like, okay, most of the AI they are using 16-bit floating points, very much for speeding up. Okay, and in ZK, we can do 16-bit operations really fast. Why? Because at the end we are using a lookup table. A lookup table of 2 to the 16 to the 16 is a lookup table of 2 to the 32. And this looks like it's not a big, I mean, it's a big table, but it's not that big. Okay? Of course, you have different operations, so maybe it's going to be 2 to the 34 or 2 to the 35, whatever it is. Okay? And if you are doing a lookup in the case of ZISC is just 1.5 cells. Okay? Actually, we can do 2 operations with 3 cells. That's what I'm saying, 1.5. But this is just the operation. Okay? So you will need to do some control flow. I mean, you will need to do some counters, some additions. Maybe if you are doing, for example, a scalar product or something that useful, you will need something else. Okay. So here we count. Okay, let's put about 10 cells. Okay. In 1590, just taking the average of what we are doing in the ZKVM, we more or less are about around 600 million cells per second in a single GPU. Okay, so if we put these numbers together, then these are the results that we get. So we go to the next slide, please. So here are the results. We have 3 columns, 1 GPU, 64 GPUs, and the Snellius one, which is a supercomputer with more than 300 GPUs. And just doing a query for a teeny model, it's perfectly doable even with 1 GPU. So actually, you can do things. If you go to ChatGPT-2, for example, well, it would take 9 minutes in 1 GPU. So it's 9 minutes in a single GPU, which is it starts to being doable, okay? And if you go to maybe to a cluster of 64 GPU in just a few seconds. So that's doable, okay? And if you go to the last case, I mean, this is probably the most interesting. Okay, you want to do in the in the most newest AI model, the ChatGPT-4, ChatGPT-5. Okay? Of course, these are estimations. Do not take it as, but it's an estimation to see where we are right now. Okay, with this, I mean, probably with the CPU, it's a little bit undoable. I mean, 8 years to prove a query is probably too much in a single GPU, but definitively, 64 GPUs is 49 days, but in a supercomputer, you could do it in a week. Probably it's a lot for most of the applications, but I think that these numbers can give you a little bit the state of the art if you want to prove AI with ZK, at least doing in the way that we are doing, we just using standard ways of doing ZKs on that. So I hope this is useful, but if any of you is interested in doing AI, we are absolutely open to talk about. We have all the experience to prove other things in there, but these are the numbers where we could be. Okay, so thank you very much. This was my presentation on that.
Thank you, Jordi, for our last keynote of the day. For our last session of today, I'm joined here with Jens Groth, who is the chief scientist at Nexus. So we'll be going into all the details about the history of ZK, where we came from, where we are at now, and what Nexus's current focus is. So thank you so much, Jens, for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering if we can first start off just with a discussion about the evolution of ZK. So you've been quite a pioneer in the ZK space, especially with the pairing-based non-interactive snarks and what we now know, like what many projects now use, which is Groth 16. But curious to hear just how you see ZK evolving all over the years, were there any sort of challenges that maybe were really prevalent 10 years ago that have been solved now, or now that ZK adoption has been increasing a bit, any kinds of new challenges that we can foresee? Just curious to hear about how you've seen the space evolve over the years.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been an amazing development of zero-knowledge proofs, and I feel like people nowadays that do research, they lost a lot of the history of the field. And, you know, I felt the same way when I started, because I started in 2000s, right? And I had also lost a lot of the knowledge in the field. So if we go back all the way back to the 80s, I feel that there was already there a lot of discovery going on. You saw like, you invented zero-knowledge proofs, but people also very quickly picked up on it and explored like the fundamental concepts, you know, how do you define, which kind of security properties should it have, you know, non-interactive, and so like how many rounds of interaction, non-interactive zero-knowledge proofs were invented back in that day. You showed that you can prove statements in any NP language and so forth. So like, so it's very general concept. So already then I thought there was a lot of like discovery of the core fundamental properties from a theory perspective, right? So it wasn't practical. And then I think in the 90s and the 2000s, you had like, so like, that was maybe the age of hand-engineered protocols, right? You do sort of like specific things, like, so you had Schnorr protocols were invented in that day. You had also designated proofs, verified proofs, which is sort of like a core part of Kramer-Shoup encryption, was also invented at that time, right? So some really cool techniques, but like, you know, always something, you know, somebody had to sit down and do the work. And the first thing I did, I was working on electronic voting, and I was like, back in the day, you know, you had to prove that you had encrypted a valid candidate, but not disclose which candidate it was, right? And it would take like a couple of minutes in a browser to do that. And, you know, I was then trying to work on that, and we brought it down to a second or something like that. But that was really the game, right? And nowadays, of course, you would just do that right away, right? And just do it with a CKVM, because why bother with, you know, that complexity? So there's a lot of development that has happened, and I think people may not be aware of that rich history of what came in the past. And let's see, yeah, and then I think there were really some fundamental shifts that's happened, so like when we transitioned into 2010. So some highlights, I mean, GKR is like a technique we all love today, right? That was 2008, so amazing piece of work. I'm personally very proud of discovering the use of pairing-based cryptography for non-interactive zero-knowledge proofs, so that was 2006. And so like tying it back to what were the challenges before, right? So I had previously thought a lot about a technical problem, which was previous construction for non-interactive zero-knowledge proofs, okay? Could you, if you have a proof for a statement, can you then tweak it into another proof for a related statement, right? So does it have some sort of homomorphic and malleability properties? And nobody knew how to do that, and the techniques back then didn't seem to really be amenable to that. I thought a lot about it. And when I discovered pairing-based non-interactive zero-knowledge proofs, it actually worked out. They have re-randomization properties and just came by accident, right? Because now there was a new technique. We used pairings to construct zero-knowledge proofs. Yeah, and then, let's see, I guess the work I'm most proud of is my 2010 paper, which was sort of like the first pairing-based snark, right? So then we went into the snark world, and then, yeah. I mean, after that, it sort of like started becoming more realistic to do engineering. So now you have CKVM, so the first was like Pinocchio that said, look, let's take a C program and start proving things about C programs. And then 2013, there was TinyRAM, and people started proving CKVMs and so forth, right? And then, yeah, I mean, all the applications, I mean, kudos to Zcash, right, for, coming up with the idea of using ZK in the blockchain space for cryptocurrencies. I thought that was amazing. I mean, I had tried so many times before to talk to people in industry and so forth. They were like, yeah, that's an interesting concept, but, so what, right? So also just finding the applications is something that's really exciting that we're doing that now.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. So there's a few different stages that we're seeing. You mentioned like the development of these different protocols over the years, and then even for the engineering side, how in the 90s we were seeing a lot of the hand engineering, and now with the development of ZK VMs, we've kind of abstracted away from those lower level circuits to something that's a little bit more accessible for developers. And even on the application side, you mentioned, like for example, Zcash was one of the first pioneers of the application space where we could actually use ZK for some of our everyday uses. So there's a few different stages we can consider, and it's really great that you mentioned them. I'm also curious to hear if you have any kinds of predictions or if you've seen any sort of trends where we're seeing ZK going towards. Or on the other hand, I'm curious to hear, since you're involved on both the academia side and on the industry side with Nexus, do you see any sort of disconnect between, say, what's advocated for in academia versus what's actually being implemented in the industry right now? Just curious to hear your thoughts in those areas.
Yeah, I mean that's a good question. So my sorry about that. Should I repeat the answer for the first question as well? So yeah, I mean, so I was a professor before I took the leap into industry. So I've seen that side and know it very well. And I think there's a lot of overlap, right? So you do see people who are in academia who also engage with engineers and start companies and so forth. So I think I would say there's mostly a lot of overlap, and I think researchers in industry nowadays in blockchain, they're really bright and have a lot of good ideas and also very aware of the work that's done in academia. So I wouldn't say, I don't see a disconnect on the people side. I do see maybe a disconnect on the interests that people have. So there's a lot of very theoretical work that also happens in academia, which, if you have to ship a product and do something that people will use, right? Then this is not the kind of work that you worry about. And I would say there's, one risk of academia is that you create these bubbles. It's like a social circle of you start publishing in the area, somebody gets traction, then somebody else publishes a paper, and suddenly you have fabric and, I mean, people are very reasonable. They do want to do a good job, right? But that's sort of like a risk, and you sometimes see that in academic research, right? So I do think, sometimes you see areas popping up that might actually never see practical use. So that's a risk. On the flip side, you can say there are also themes you can pick up if you're an academic, which are hard to pick up if you're in the industry, right? So thinking about the foundations of zero knowledge proofs and security and so forth. So a bit of mix of both, right? Just because the incentives are different in those two communities.
Absolutely. So different communities, those two different communities have kind of different incentives, different priorities, and so you kind of see a mix in both communities. Got it. And wanted to also transition this conversation to focusing more about Nexus itself. So curious to hear what led you to join Nexus in the first place and how you see Nexus really uniquely positioning itself in the ZK space.
Yeah. So Nexus came to life with a vision of doing verifiable computation at internet scale, and that was just something that really resonated with me, right? I mean, I've spent my entire career working on zero knowledge proofs, right? And you have to motivate why did you do all that kind of work, and what is the end goal for society, right? So I love that vision, and since then Nexus has specialized and say, okay, what is the first target that we're going to have, and we're focusing now on verifiable finance, right? So we build ZKVM, we build a compute network that can parallelize and make that efficient. We're building an L1 for doing financial transactions, and we've just released an alpha version of a DEX, right? So we're trying essentially to make every transaction verifiable.
Got it. And on the L1 side, so Nexus offers the ZKVM and then also its own L1. And I know for some of the recent research that's been going on in the Nexus team, you're looking at some of the economic security considerations, especially within proof-of-stake blockchains. So curious to hear about any kinds of current strategies for, say, mitigating, for example, potential forking attacks that can happen on these blockchains, especially because a lot of blockchains nowadays are open source. So wanted to hear more about some of the research that you've been doing relating to that.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, throughout my career, I've been sort of like saying, yeah, verifiability is fantastic. And I've come to a realization that that's not everything. You need something more to really get in a system that is reliable throughout. And one of those things is, so I guess you can ask the question, what is it that verifiability doesn't cover? Okay, so it wouldn't cover something like confidentiality, for instance, right? Because that's like proving a negative that I did not leak some secret, right? And it doesn't really cover liveness that well either, right? I mean, maybe there's some missing data, right? Is that because, you know, it's just in transit or somebody's malicious? So it really is a sort of like specific errors of commission where you're saying, here's something really bad, okay, and you know, I'm proving that I did not do that kind of thing. And in particular, if we're talking about forks, right? You know, so let me back up a little bit, right? So imagine you have a blockchain, okay? We put in zero-knowledge proofs everywhere, and that's our goal. Okay, so everything has strong cryptographic guarantees that they're, you know, it's verifiable. Okay, and it's great because these proofs can be succinct. You can verify it. Users can verify it on a smartphone. They know that their transactions are processed correctly. They know the whole financial system is operating correctly, right? So fantastic verifiability guarantees, right? But even if you have that, okay, then, you know, there may be a branch, right, on the blockchain where you have a fork, and both of those forks would just contain valid transaction. You could prove both of them, right, with a zero-knowledge proof, right? So we're not getting rid of like other types of security guarantees we need, in particular economic security guarantees is, you know, the way to reason about blockchains in the absence of forks. So that's something, a non-zero-knowledge thing that I've been doing research on and looking into as well.
Yeah, so ZK, as you mentioned, doesn't really cover like beyond verifiability. There's some other aspects that may not be covered, especially within the confidentially within the liveness. But it's really great to see that you and the Nexus team are looking at different angles to help address it. So not just with verifiability, but with the economic security portion as well. But onto the subject for verifiability, I know that Nexus has a very big focus when it comes to verifiable AI, and you're specifically looking at creating these verification software pipelines. But very curious to hear about, in terms of verifiability and say some of the models that we're using today, what parts of the pipeline do you believe should be verified? So whether it be, say, the training part of the model or the inference part, or perhaps like the data itself, and especially in some, for example, high-stakes industries relating to healthcare or defense, especially in healthcare where perhaps the patient prefers that their data is not really revealed and kept private, or even with the like inputs of the model itself. Curious to hear when it comes to creating that ideal verification pipeline, what you see is most essential for being verified.
Yeah, okay, so let's see. I mean, so right now it's extremely expensive to create a zero-knowledge proofs, right? So the proving part of it is extremely expensive. So, you know, taking a billion-dollar training run and then proving that in a CKVM, right? That's not the kind of thing that we're going to do. There's been some very interesting works and so like trying to work around that. So maybe we don't prove a training run and this is the model it results in, but rather we take the model and we prove that it's good according to some metric, right? That it doesn't have some laws with respect to some functions. So I think a lot of it will be sort of like workarounds where we sort of like try to narrow down more specifically what is it that we need to prove, right? And clearly high value industries is sort of like so defense, medical things, and also finance, right? So we are sort of like interested in, but we're still figuring out what it means, like, what will be the impact on finance in the future, right? And what kind of things do we need to prove about, say, agents that do financial transactions and the type of permissions they have to act on behalf of users. But I think there's probably a lot of room for creative solutions, right? So one question I'm pondering about is, okay, so suppose you use AI, right? And it's brilliant at coming up with some solution that you didn't think about. But once you have the solution, often it's easier to reason why this is a good solution, right? So maybe we need to have AIs that sort of like are generative and discover things, and then simpler AIs that verify and check that things are correct, right? And maybe that's what we need to prove in the end. So I think there's a lot of room to sort of just figure out what is sort of like the specific verification cost as opposed to the cost of inferring or something with AI.
Yeah, definitely. The verification costs should definitely be kept into consideration, and depending on the use case as well, it's very important for people to decide what exactly you want to be proven, because it will differ from case-to-case scenarios. And just as a last question before we end today's session, I wanted to talk about just like the end game for ZK and how you see it coming. Right now, there's quite a lot of people on the community side, on the research side, on the developer side, all trying to advance ZK towards more mainstream adoption. So do you see ZK as being the end game, and especially for cases with scaling and privacy, or any other kinds of cryptographic protocols that you think are also promising? Just wanted to hear your thoughts on ZK as the end game.
Yeah. So I think there's a technical end game, and it really depends on how that pans out, which is the overhead for proving something, right? The further you can push that down, the more you can use zero-knowledge proofs everywhere. Okay, so that's one aspect of it. And the other thing I've been thinking about is what it takes to have adoption, very widely speaking, right? I mean, so right now, when I talk to people in blockchain space, they all know what zero-knowledge is, right? And that's a big transition from what it was before. If I talk to people outside the blockchain space, they have no clue what zero-knowledge proofs is, right? So there's still a large space for us to conquer. And I think some of the things that are needed, I think we're doing great on research, we're doing great on engineering, we're certainly starting to get traction with adoption and integration and so forth, right? But there are many other aspects to sort of like go beyond that and mature the industry. So one effort I've been involved in is the ZK proof standardization effort, right? So basically the idea is let's create some standards for zero-knowledge proofs, because for a lot of people outside blockchain, when they're adopting something, they have to have like a good justification why this is a safe choice, right? They need to see the standard to say, okay, this is good, it has a standard, I can follow that standard, right? So like creating all these kind of social mechanisms and proves that this is a mature technology, I think that's part of the equation.
Yeah, absolutely. Those social mechanisms you mentioned are very important, in addition to, say, the education aspect you mentioned. Like, for example, there's still a lot of people in the blockchain space who may not be too familiar with what ZK is, let alone people who are just not involved in the crypto space in general. So it's very important to consider those social mechanisms, as you mentioned, and that makes me also think about the incentive alignment piece as well. So people really need to be aligned in terms of what sorts of advantages or what sorts of incentives that they can get from using ZK, and it should be something where using ZK is not too much of a headache or a barrier for them to use, as opposed to, say, like something where there's a lot of additional steps. Just for example, if we were to use ZK for privacy related, if there's additional steps just for using privacy, a lot of users wouldn't take it. So it should be something that is more of like a low barrier to entry, at least for the user side. Yeah. And Yeah, definitely agree with all your points there. And thank you so much, Jens, for joining today. I really appreciate you for speaking about first the evolution of ZK, where we've came from and where you see us going, as well as your work in Nexus right now and looking at ZK in terms of the economic side, as well as the verifiability side. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jens.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That concludes today's today's session for Verifying Intelligence. Thank you guys so much for sticking around for this long and for listening in to all of the panels and talks and interviews that were going on. So we really appreciate you guys for being here today. Thank you so much.
Listen, you're distracted.
Zero-knowledge proofs are really powerful.
The true potential of ZK is lost in the noise. And scaling imperfect platforms can only take you so far. But Mina was designed to go the distance. Just one proof to verify them all. That anyone can check on any device forever. One proof that's reusable, expandable, and collaborative. So we can build an internet of true things together.
Concerned about fake identities, fraud, or privacy leaks in Web3? Discover Ontology, Web3's trust layer. Trust starts with decentralized identity. OntID uses zero-knowledge proofs to verify credentials without compromising privacy. Power your Web3 journey with Onta Wallet, securely manage assets and identity. With Orange Protocol, leverage ZK-TLS tech to build Web3 reputation. Join Ontology's Web3 revolution.
Breaking news tonight from Pandaro, where GPT rate limits have been mandated. This is a developing story.
We've been thinking about proof, the certainty you get when something just works, every single time. Remember the last time you worried about whether your email would send, or whether your credit card would process? If you were born post-1980, the answer is no. That feeling is where we are taking proof verification. And that feeling has a name now, Zero Doubt. With ZK Verify's mainnet, devs will finally stop maintaining a Frankenstein's monster of verification systems. There's now a place for everything. For every proof type, every chain, one simple integration. With costs that make sense, real 99.99% uptime, and a place where you forget our status page exists because you never needed it. Zero Doubt is about that moment when you realize you haven't thought about verification in months because you haven't needed to. ZK Verify mainnet is live. Build with Zero Doubt.
In a world of claims, only proof gives meaning. The machinery of truth, realized as a system, verifiable by design, trust made obsolete, designed for integrity, built with precision. This is Zyron.
terms of sort of ZK endgame, in my opinion, most execution is going to move to ZK for all sort of distributed systems or blockchains.
I think directionally, I think you're right, Alice, that SNOCs are going to eat the world. And right now, the blockchain industry is willing to invest, the hundreds of millions of dollars to make this a reality. But ultimately, many other industries are going to reap the fruit.
The end game is probably like, imagine a CPU device. You have 1% of the CPU chip area that is doing the typical CPU workload we are doing now, while you have 99% of the CPU area doing ZK compute. In that way, every instruction computed on that CPU device is ZK verified automatically.
What ZK can do to this industry is it can make it extremely efficient and extremely time efficient, cost efficient, and not prone to errors. ZK will become more widely accepted than blockchain.
Everyone, like everything is ZK. ZK is the end game.
Give a big shout out to House of ZK for hosting this event and for doing all the different types of podcasts and information things. That's really helpful.
Really excited by what House of ZK is putting together. I think ZK is going to eat the world.
Warm thank you to the House of ZK. I feel like there's a lot of synergy in the missions of the two projects.
One thing I wanted to plug real quick is the House of ZK eProof Summit event, which is happening in Berlin very soon. June 10th. I think it's going to be a fantastic event.
Yeah, thank you.
We've seen a lot on Twitter of House of ZK over the last several months, and we're very excited to finally be on.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much, Shorty, for joining us on our House of ZK podcast. Yeah.
I mean, I was excited for another dedicated ZK podcast is awesome. We need more of this stuff. So guys, awesome job. Thank you for doing this.
I'm so very excited to be here. ZK is one of the topics that actually got me into Ethereum. And it's something that's very close to my heart.
Thank you, Ming, for having me here. Thanks to all the audience, and really great to be here.
And also I want to mention a big thank you to Ben from House of ZK and ZKM for organizing this entire conference. We wouldn't have this without him, so really appreciate his work in here.
If you guys have the magazine that was printed by House of ZK, there's actually a very nice image on the Bob side that actually explains how BitVM works.
This is just a great fun series where we are going to explain ZK in an as intuitive manner as possible.
That wraps up our coverage at NORCON. We're in such a great time to be able to see this transition from theory and research to building real applications.